Okay, we are ready. First of all, thank you that you are here, my friends, professionals, international friends. Thank you that you are here on my masterclass. Today we will speak a little bit about Macedonia wine, a little bit about Association of Macedonia's family wineries, and especially the best awarded wines from these small wineries. So let's start it. Okay. Okay. This is me. Okay. My name is Jadranka Klaric-Kimovska. I used to work in several wineries in Macedonia. I have experience over 18 years. Now in this moment, these 4 years, I'm running my own shop named Wineberry, the one and only wine shop, professional wine shop in Macedonia. And also from last year, I'm a managing partner of the first platform of wine tourism in Macedonia that with my partners, we made it. And this is the first online platform for Macedonian wine tourism. We are visiting beautiful wineries from Macedonia. I'm educated as a biotechnology engineer. I finished the wine and spirit education level 3. I'm now on the 4. I don't have time to study, but I will finish sometime. And also I have postgraduate diploma of marketing strategy in Greece, in Sheffield. I'm professionally in wine business long time, and I'm a judge in Mundus Vini. I'm judge in Concours de Mondial Brussels, and this year for the first time in Open Balkan, which is honor for me. And also, I'm a honored member and ambassador of the Association of the Small Family Wineries from Macedonia. That's me. Okay. And this is my country. This is not my country. This is my country. So you see all the beauties from Macedonia. This is the canyon that is in Macedonia. We have a beautiful lakes. We have a beautiful architecture. And we are calling Macedonia the Pearl of Balkans because of these beauties. And if you don't know, Mother Teresa is born in our capital city, Skopje, so we are proud of it also. Okay, so where we are. Macedonia has independence 30 years. We are located in the Balkan Peninsula. Bordered countries are Greece, Albania, Bulgaria, Serbia, and Kosovo. Its central position makes it crossroad for the cultures, trade routes, and also Asian civilizations. Capital city is Skopje. In this moment, we have around 1.8 million people that are living in Macedonia. The language is Macedonian, and part of our citizens are also speaking Albanian. We have our citizens that are Albanians. Climate zone that we have in Macedonia is mix of Mediterranean and continental climate zone. And we have warm summers and mild winters, which is really good for growing the grape. Even that we are a small and new country, we are members of international societies and organizations. So we are member of UN, we are member of NATO, we are member of OPSE, we are member of EBRD, and also, which is also very important for us, is we are member in the International Agricultural Association, FAO. So even that we are small, we have big international recognition. So when we are talking about Macedonia as a wine industry, we have really huge tradition of producing the wine and grapes. So we have provements from 30th century Bronze Age that archaeological findings that the country has the tradition of producing and growing the grapes. So this is something that we can prove. And if we are, I don't want to bother you too much with the history, but if we are talking about near history, we can only say that we was the biggest producer in ex-Yugoslavia, not only for wine, we was the biggest producer of grape and vegetables. So Macedonia was the country that was dedicated for agricultural products. And with our independence, a lot of winery was bought and privatized. And one of the first winery that was privatized in that period was in 1980. The first private winery was Bovin Winery. And after that, we have a lot of winery that used to be open. According to about this, that we was the biggest producer. I want to tell you that in this moment, our country is dedicated for export-oriented in wine industry. Still, the ex-Yugoslav countries are our biggest markets, and we are selling a huge quantities to our ex-Yugoslav countries because people in Balkan know that Macedonia is producing amazing wine, which is a little bit difficult to present and show your wines internationally. If we are talking about agriculture, yes, we are agricultural country, and the largest sector, the third largest sector in the country is agriculture after services and heavy industry. Also, viticulture is making 20% of GDP in Macedonia, so meaning that a lot of families are living from this product, and really, especially in central part of Macedonia, where is the biggest wine region, Tikves wine region, people still living from this product and agricultural products. Okay. Okay, this is it. Sorry, I forget. Okay, let's discuss about Macedonia wine industry. So this is Macedonia. Macedonia is located in ologist map in C3 zone, meaning that we are in the same line with Mediterranean France, with Corsica, with southern Italy and Spain. The region is very good for producing the red grape varieties, and also we have white grape, but we have the best red grape varieties. Total area on wine is around 33,000 hectares, which is huge, and also we are making 0.5 of global wine production. So we are small, but according to the population, really we are producing a huge quantities of wine. Yearly, that is around 120 million liters. Part of them still we are selling as a bulk wine and bagging box, but 50 to 60% we are glad that in these 10-15 years we are producing and selling as a bottle wine. In Macedonia, in this moment, we have registered over 180 wineries, which is huge number of the wineries. And industry is still focused on the export, meaning that 80% of the wines is exported and 20% is domestic market. As I told you, ex-Yugoslav country, we used to sell a huge quantities in China, in Russia, but with the situation now these markets are closed. And we are selling a lot of quantities in European countries and also in US. So this is the main thing that our main markets. So why we are here? We are here because of Association of Macedonian Family Wineries. In 2019, the government gave the support to the small boutique wineries to register themselves during the corona. Because those wineries they have a huge tradition of producing the wine and grape, but they didn't have opportunity to selling the wine, instead sell door to door. So this was a little bit difficult for them. And during the COVID, they get the support from the government to register themselves and to start promoting their wines in the market. So Association of Macedonian Family Wineries is a winery getting the wineries that are producing around 50,000 bottles. So for us, for Macedonia, this is really small production because we have wineries that are producing wine 10 million liters, 20 million liters, huge wineries, but this is the winery that are producing only 50,000 bottles, let's say. Members, we have now in this moment, we have around 88 members of this association. And total, it is small production, really. Only 2% of the Macedonia production is these small wineries, but they are making a huge impact on the industry. So why? Because the mission of this winery is to preserve and celebrate Macedonia's winemaking heritage by supporting family-owned wineries in producing authenticity, high-quality wines, and save the tradition. So our mission is to have the heritage, have the quality, have the family touch, have the modern way of production, even that we are small, and take care of sustainability. And our vision is to get international, regional, and international recognition. So we already start, even that those small wineries are small, we already start to export these wineries. So we have export in Belgium, we have export in US, we have export in Switzerland. So many countries start to to consider these wines as a good quality wines. And this is not about the quantity. We are talking about the quality of the wines because these small wineries have a limited production. But that meaning good quality, good price, and good recognition of Macedonia. So that is the point and a mission of a small association of Macedonian family wineries. So why we need these family wineries? Because there is really hint of legacy, hint of tradition, hint of way of we making the way we used to, and why we are making these good wines. So small boutique wineries are producing the wine that is touch of the family. So usually in these wineries, everybody is working in the wineries, family members, and the tradition is huge. Also, why we need them? Because they take care of our indigenous variety. So they are promoting our indigenous regional variety, which is also touch of our tradition and not touch of our heritage. In other side, they are investing a lot in their wineries. Even though those wineries are small, they have huge technique, they have huge quality, and really investing a lot in these small wineries. And also they're investing in wine tourism. They already have in their wineries apartments. They're increasing their capacity and making a new offer from Macedonia. So that's very interesting. And also, this is really our tradition, this is really our heritage, which we are proud of, and that's why we are needing these small wineries from Macedonia. Okay. Do you know this guy? Okay. So today we will taste the wines from family wineries because they get international recognition in the awarding. What is international wine competition and why we are doing it? So, international wine competition existing to connect the producers with the buyers. So this is the easier way, this is win-win situation, because the producer will offer their wine, and for the buyers it will be easier to recognize good wine. I cannot say that always is like that the gold medal meaning always something that is totally top, but they are making some kind of canalization where you can find a good wine. That's why we have a lot of international competition. That's why I have a lot of colleagues that are here, and we are judging the wines, and this is really responsible thing because we are judging something that somebody else did. So it is really responsible thing. This guy is Matthew when he is making the notes, so he is here. He is our colleague. And why the small wineries is sending the samples to the competition? Because they are small, they cannot open the market. So this is one way to showcase Macedonia heritage and unique grape varieties to gain international credibility, because when somebody say you have Decanter, you have Mundus Vini, this is something that is very important, and it's easier for people to recognize it, and to increase export opportunities and to find potential buyers that will be suitable for this kind of wine. Even the small Macedonian wineries don't have so much money to send the samples to all the competition. We would love to, and we are working on it with the government to support us to send so much samples for this competition, because we have a beautiful wine. But 200, 300 euro for samples for a small winery is really challenging to send to 10 competitions and 15 competitions. But we are working on it. We will sending samples. We will be sure. And now, we can start. Okay, so we will start. I think that the guys can pour the first wine. We will try the wines that get gold and a double gold in the competition. So we will try 10 wines from different wineries. We will try several brands, and the rest will be something different, something recognizable from the region. So I think that you can join the tasting. Okay. The first one that we will try, this is winery located in central part of Macedonia, Tikveš wine region, GM Naumčevi winery. They have tradition of producing, let's say, proper tradition is huge, or maybe 2-3 generations in every of these wineries, but properly with the winery, with the system, with the technology is 30 years. The guy is recognized in the Tikvesh, and even that it's small winery, he is producing around 30,000 bottles. And last year for Temjanica 2024, he got a double gold in Balkan Wine International competition. Maybe some of you don't know, but it is important competition for Balkan wines. And Temjanica. Temjanica is one of the most popular white grape varieties in Macedonia. In the past, it was Smederevka, but now it's Temjanica. Why? Because even we have a huge production, still the wine culture is not on a high level. So people like to drink aromatic wines. Not bad wines, but a little bit with more aroma. So Temjanica is like that, full of aroma. And this Temjanica that we will try is something special. In the past, it was too much aromatic Temjanica, but now they are taking care of about the body, about the style, about the finish, not only the aroma that you will get. So white flour on the nose. Let me just check the wine. Do you have? Everybody has? Production of this Temjanica, because he is producing around 30,000 bottles of all his portfolio. So the production of all this wine is really limited, only 5,000 bottles. The other will be 1,000 bottles, 500 bottles. So really small production of the Temjanica. They have also very nice tasting room. If you're there, you can visit them. All of this winery almost have the tasting room, barrique department. Very nice apartment, so it's something that is interesting if you're in Macedonia to visit. Okay, I will go just to check the wine. Please, will you give me the wine? Okay, thank you. So, typical Temjanica from Macedonia. This Temjanica is coming from a little bit hot climate zone. It's not like Temjanica in Serbia because they have a little bit more cooler condition. In Macedonia, it will be more beside the aroma of white flower, white peaches, little bit apricot. There is a hint of tropical note because of the climate zone. It's light, medium body, nice balanced acidity, refreshing on the backbone. So it's something that is really, really amazing. And this is the guy. He is the owner of this winery. He is coming in. Yeah, thank you. We will not sip the wine, huh? We need to drink everything, huh? I don't see us. You need to drink everything. We have one more wine if we have time, but you can use it as a. Did you try it? Do you like it? What do you feel about Temjanica? Maybe it's little hot, but I like that you can see the typicity of the variety. This is Temjanica from Macedonia, which is yes, aromatic, but wine is totally dry. There is no sugar in this wine. We in Macedonia don't have a huge tradition of producing sweet wines, or let's say semi-sweet wines. Yes, we have producers, but usually the Macedonian wines, white and red, are dry. You ready? We can go to the next. Do you have in your glasses? I think that they are pouring two wines, yeah? Okay. Hmm? Sure. Yes? So I guess that you have the next wine. Okay. So the next wine is Žilavka. Žilavka is a regional indigenous variety from Balkan. It's coming from Mostar, from Herzegovina. And this variety is present in Macedonia. We have not too much, but we have plots of Žilavka. In Macedonia, as I told you, we don't have huge production of international white grape varieties, so the climate zone is not okay to growing Riesling or good Sauvignon Blanc, but we have some varieties that are adaptable to the region, and we usually promote this variety. So Žilavka is coming from Paradžik winery, also small winery from Tikveš wine region. They started with let's say, this kind of production 10 years ago, and they have a lot of awards, a lot awards in this period. And this Žilavka is get gold in Mundus Vini and gold in Balkan Wine International Competition, which is really recognition for the producer. Žilavka have a medium body. It's not so light, and it's coming again from the hot climate condition. You will have beside the aroma of green peach, cutting grass, suitable citrus. The wine is making one mouthful appearance in your tasting. The aftertaste is a little bit prolonged, which is again on the citrus side, and acidity, which is refreshing. And then you can have a feel of crispiness in this wine, which is also something that is unique for the Žilavka that is coming from Paradžik winery. Gold medal, and this is mean a lot for the people that are producing these wines. When he is producing only 1,000 bottles, that meaning a lot to get an award in international competitions. Okay. Let me check if they're serving. I have a problem with the guys. Okay. Check. The next wine is orange wine. We are talking about one very important small producer in Macedonia. It is Brzanov Winery, Artisan Brzanov Winery. They have a lot of international awards, especially for Vranec, Heavy Vranec 2020, 2015, Barrick Vranec, a lot of awards for the Syrah. And this is something special because now they made Răcățitele orange and get double gold in Mundus Vini and also gold in Balkan Wine International Competition. We don't have really many producers that are making orange wine. We have few of them. Only Kamnik is making orange wine and one small producer, and this is only 3 wines that we have as an orange wine. Răcățitele, why Răcățitele? We are calling Răcățitele Georgian Riesling, and as you know, we was ex-Yugoslav communistic country, and the story is that somehow the variety came to Macedonia because of that connection. Rakatsiteli, we have some quantities of rakatsiteli, and it's a very interesting white variety in Macedonia because it's giving very nice tropical notes when it's like a still wine, very nice peachy notes, very nice refreshing acidity, and also a little bit more body. But when we are making orange wine, is totally different. So this is, as I told you, rakatsiteli. So orange wine meaning skin contact, little bit longer connection and maceration of the skin with the juice, and it's not easy to make. Vinifying as an orange wine is prolonging the skin contact, and in this situation, also the wine is aged in a lees for several months, and we have really interesting orange, which is transforming from very interesting white variety to heavy white grape, which is full body, complex. There is a hint of tannins also, and very good structure. So color you can see is a deep copper or even amber, and aroma is complex of dry apricot, dry white fig, orange peel, peaches. There is a hint of spiciness also in the wine because we have that kind of spiciness in our wines. Then on the background you will feel a little bit hint of honey and also nuts like almond, like peanut butter, and a really interesting minerality when you get the finish of this wine. So we are proud of this producer, that's why he's artisan. He is making the petnat, he is making orange wine, he is starting with Temjanica Organic, which is always he is making some new movements in Macedonia, even that his production is not big. So that was Rakatsiteli, I guess that you have, yeah? 2 месеца. 2 месеца и onda odležava još mala u buretu, tako da otprilike tako. Okay. So next, when we are pouring, is as I told you, in Macedonia, in this moment we are growing 28 grape varieties, international and regional. Of course, we will try some Chardonnay, and we will try some international varieties. The next is coming oak aged Chardonnay from Kartal Winery, which is also interesting. We have production of Chardonnay, and again, as a hot country, Chardonnay in our country is a little bit more on the tropical side of Chardonnay. To be aged is, I think, a professional advantage because not every wine that you will put in the wood is good wine, but this is something that is specially from Kartal Winery. Kartal Winery is located in Skopje. This is the 3rd generation of producing the wine. There are 2 brothers that are living from this product, not other businesses. And as I told you, in Macedonia, we have difficulties of big wineries because big wineries are not supporting the market to have a little bit diversity. All the market wanted to be there. So you will not find these wines easily in Macedonia. But it's special that these guys are living from this product because they have a lot of tourists that are coming only for tasting in their wine cellar. So to living from tasting and not selling too much wine on the market, meaning that you have to do a lot of tasting. So it's not easy for these small wineries. But anyhow, they have great wines, they have great Vranec, they have great Merlot. Also they have Stanushina, amazing. So range of products, of wines that they are producing are great. We will try Chardonnay. This is Chardonnay that is aged in the barrels for 9 months, and it's a French oak, which is giving really nice structure of this Chardonnay. So beside the tropical, you see the color is yellow, deep yellow. This is from the oak, and then you have really nice gold reflection of the color, and the complex aroma of combination of stone fruits like peach, like nectarina, and tropical fruits like pineapple, mango, and the backbone because of the oak. You will taste vanilla, you will taste creamy notes, which is making really nice bouquet of this wine. So I think that you will like it. The production of this winery in total is around 50,000 bottles. They have capacity to increase the production immediately in 100 bottles, but they need to have a market. So now they're working with 50,000 bottles, and it was a double gold award in Balkan Wine International Competition. So we don't have too much double golds in the competition, which is really refreshing for our industry to have that kind of, that means for the customers, because some customers are looking for the awards. Not too many people knows about the wine, and they are recognize this as a quality wine when they have when they see the sticker on the bottle. Okay, if we are ready, we can go on our side. Reds, okay. Yeah, what do you think about this wine until now? Yeah, it's very good. Only Chardonnay? Okay, so in Macedonia, 60 to 70% of our vineyards are planted with red grape varieties. Why? Because we have very good climate conditions for growing the red grape varieties. We are growing international and indigenous variety. The most popular varieties, regional indigenous, are Vranec and Kratošija. But also we are growing Syrah, Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, everything that you can mention we have on our vineyards. Today we will try several Vranec, which is our indigenous, very famous variety, and some blends that are recognized internationally as a premium wine in our selection. So Vranec on Macedonian language means young black stallion. So the variety is like that, full of energy, full of tannin, full of sugar, full of everything inside. But why do people like this wine? Because when you come down this wine, you can have very good entry-level wine, you can have very good classic wine, and also you can have very good premium wine. So the entry level is going bulk, cheap, and that's it. And then in classic, in premium, we have really nice and beautiful wines. Vranec is full body wine. It's you can see the color. Because of this color, we are not calling red wines in Macedonia. We are calling all the wines black wines because of the color. Crno vino. Crno, it's popular as a crno vino. And nice complexity, body, rebus, structure, everything is inside. The alcohol usually in Macedonia is high because of the sun. And the red wines have a huge percentage of alcohol. And this is basically about Vranec. As an orange in Macedonia, we don't have a lot of producers that are making organic wines. This is one of them, Peshkov Winery. They rebuild the vineyards. Okay, they rebuild the vineyards, and now we have organic, one or two organic wines producers in Macedonia. So this is one that is 22 and get double gold also in Mundus Vini and in Balkan Wine International Competition. So as I told you, it is heavy wine, but this is little bit maybe because of the way of production organic. Beside all this aroma that I told you, you will feel a little bit rawness in this wine, like tannins are still playing, and it's a little bit different. But still, it's amazing wine. It's 2022. So aroma, you can see the color. We talk about the color. So aroma of blackberry, ripe cherry. Then we have wild forest fruit, touch of eucalyptus. So maybe I will try something sometimes. Oh, sorry. Imam ovdje neka? Nema ništa? Imam malo crveno. Ovo, može. Okay. They're not giving me wine. Okay. Not wine for me today. Okay, so you will feel then really hint of eucalyptus and it's silky. It's da. Da. 3. Da. 3 minutes. And then on the taste you will have plum, blueberry, dark cherry, very nice herbal notes, Spiciness is here always in the Vranets when you're tasting. It's a pepper, and it's in the backbone. There is the minerality is 22, but the wine is still young. It can go for easily next 5 to 8, 10 years. Even that you can drink it now, but this is something that is really interesting. Okay, let's do the next. Old School Winery. This is winery located in Veles. Veles is 30 kilometers from Skopje, meaning that it's a little bit cooler climate zone. They are producing again around 20,000 bottles, small production. Second generation of producing the wine. Their father was very famous enologist in Macedonia, Todor Gajdov, and this is again two sons that are continuing the business and tradition and heritage benefits. So this cuvée, Old School, is that's why the name of the winery. Gajdov is the second name of the family, so it's cuvée Bordeaux blend. So we have Merlot, Cabernet, and Vranets. Vranets we are using over the time in our blends because it's something that is moving the structure and the body of the wine, and this is our variety that we want to implement in the blends. So Cabernet is 50%, 30% Vranets, and Merlot is 20%. And in this situation, the grapes are sourced from two regions. One is Tikvesh wine region and one is Veles region. So we have Vranets from Tikvesh and Cabernet, which is the most popular Cabernet in Macedonia, is in Veles region. So they have some plots, and they're also buying the grape. Very nice combination, very nice cuvée, deep ruby color. Again, the color is always heavy in Macedonia. And then you have aroma of blackberry, ripe cherry, then plum, then minerality is here. So I think that is, and it's aged in barrels for 24 months in Hungarian oak. Usually in Macedonia, we are using Hungarian oak and we are using Slavonian oak. Why? Because our varieties are, they have potential very big, and we don't want to have too much heavy additional notes in the wine. We want the complexity, we want the style, but we don't want to have too much aroma of the oak in our wines. Always alcohol is high. When you have a lot of sun, you have a lot of sugar. When you have a lot of sugar, you have a lot of alcohol in the wines, and that's it. So this is something that we cannot change. And in Macedonia, is normally to have wines that are over 14.5, 50% of alcohol. So this is the case here. Yeah. You can continue with the next wine. You can serve it. Yeah. Again, Vranets, and this is also small winery. This winery is located in Skopje. They have also tradition. They have very nice tasting room. They have a lot of tourists. This is family-owned business. The main business is totally different, but they like to produce, and they're producing very good wine. This was a double gold in Mundus Vini, gold in Balkan Wine International Competition. CVC, they have also gold. So this is something that is interesting. Now we will try aged Vranets, which means that it's 2015. It's almost 10 years old. And you can see that the potential of the Vranets. So Vranets is variety that you can easily age and getting more and more from this variety, which is something that is amazing. The hint of aroma are the same that we used to discuss. So blackberry, black cherry, a little bit plum, nice refreshing notes of chocolate with cherry. And we have here, we are seeing the concentration of the wine, how it developed with the tertiary notes now. You will see a little bit more nuttiness in the backbone, and the wine is ready to drink. And it's something that is but still acidity is here. It can go 2 more, 3 more years, which is amazing for wine that is coming from 2050. And again, we are talking about the wines that are not so expensive, okay? These prices for the wines are not cheap, but very acceptable. So we are talking about the price 25 euros, 30 euros, 15 euros, which is something that for this quality of wines, you can have amazing wine. If we have another label, if it's not Macedonia, because it's not recognized, you will feel that you are drinking something that is good from international wine regions. This is our pity thing that we don't have too much recognition because of the support of the government. We need a lot of money to put our country in a wine map. We are doing it almost 30 years, but it's going slowly, and it's something that we need to work more on it. Yeah. Again, another small winery from Tikveš wine region. This is the Jakovlevski winery. Again, traditional heritage winery. I didn't put the badge. They have a double gold in Balkan Wine International competition. I'm showing you the Vranets and different of the Vranets just to see how the Vranets can be developed. So you can have this kind of Vranets, that kind of Vranets, but what is the main point? That all the Vranets are recognized as a good quality wine. So difference in the production, difference in the type of enology, what he like. Oak, no oak, you can see that Vranets is something that is special from Macedonia. Even that is registered in Montenegro, it is Montenegrin variety. Montenegrins are calling Vranac. 80% of the worldwide production is coming from Macedonia. This is the most planted variety in Macedonia, and this is the most incoming wine in Macedonia. This is something that we need to brand it. This is something that we need to work on it, and this is something that we need to market just to have more people to try it and to recognize the variety from Macedonia, Vranac. And now they're coming. Look at this, guys. This is a lot of awards for a small winery. Okay. This is wine cellar Popove, very nice and very interesting winery where you have a full complete. You have the wine production, you have the winery, you have the tasting room, you have the apartments, and it's something that is completely super to visit Kavadarci and to visit Popove winery. Also huge tradition in producing the wine, even that the owners are not winemakers, but they're huge wine lovers and huge workers. They like to work everything. They're working everything, so making wine, everything. They're really huge workers, and they made what they made. They made great wine from the small boutique winery. As you can see, this is bunch of their wines. They have Vranec, Dark Horse, that was last year one of the most awarded Vranec in Macedonia, in total talking about all wineries. But because this Vranec is already recognized, we decided that we will try their, again, cuvée. This is blend of Merlot, Vranec, and Cabernet Sauvignon, which is amazing blend again in Macedonia, but you can see all the recognition that this small winery get. So you see Decanter, you see Mundus Vini, Concours de Mondial. This is the all awards for one wine from small winery. So this is something that we want everybody to have it, and if we have opportunity to sending more samples and getting more awards and more recognition of our wines. So again, deep aroma, deep color, ruby color, with purple refraction, which is characteristic of our red wines. Then we have very nice and interesting aroma of blackcurrant, blueberry, red plum, cedar, graphite even, and because of the hint of oak, this time is not going as a vanilla and toastiness. This time you're feeling little bit tobacco notes, which is amazing. So production is really small, around 500 bottles. That's it, but it's not 200 euro. It's acceptable price. So you have very good wine in your glass. Aftertaste, creaminess on the backbone. It's still young. Yeah, it's young. It can go for 5-6 years more. but you can see the potential of the wine and the way of the Popovi winery is making the wine. Okay. And the next is something that is interesting. This is not Vranets, this is another cuvée made of Syrah and Cabernet Sauvignon. Ilie Winery, they have one of the best Cabernet Sauvignon vineyards among the vineyards in Tikves wine region. This is coming, everything is coming from their own vineyards, meaning controlling the production from the land to the bottle. And this was a surprise for us that double gold can we get for cuvée of Cabernet Sauvignon in Syrah. Yes, we have production of Syrah in Macedonia, and it's very good because Syrah is also like a hot climate condition. And this blend is something that is amazing. Again, the color is ruby, dark, deep, and with very interesting concentration that you can see. The wine, the aroma of the wine is blackberry, black cherry. Again, the same, these dark fruits that you will feel, but there is a hint of pronounced pepper. In Macedonia, we have, especially in Cabernet Sauvignon, we have a hint of pepper, which is making the spicy side of the wine, and it's aged in barrels, again in Slavonian oak for over 12 months. 24 months, and this is giving complexity, richness of the fruitiness, and then oak influence, which is balanced, but not too much oak. It's really balanced. Elegant. This is the quality that we can show and potential in Macedonian wineries. We are talking again, production is 500 to 1,000 bottles. Really small production, but when you have this kind of line of wines, it's something that is special and that is unique from Macedonia. This is the heritage, and not only the big winery can do a good wines, this is the showcase that the small winery can do also a good wines. That is something that is special for us. Okay. And now let's get back to something that is also important for Macedonia, and because beside, okay, we will do one more. Okay, one more Vranets because we have the wine. I don't have a template for that wine because it's also small winery. We will try this Mak. It is Vranets. It was double gold on Mundus Vini. I didn't get it because I wasn't sure that I will have the wine and time, but let's try one more Vranets, okay? And I will explain you the rest of the things that I want to inform you. So in Macedonia, as I told you, these small wineries are making impact and very good movement in the wine tourism. So wine tourism is something special from Macedonia that we are exploring now and we are working on. We have a lot of tourists, believe me that we have a lot of tourists. Especially in Skopje and in wineries are coming more than in Ohrid. Ohrid is our pearl, Ohrid is our touristic city, but believe me that in Skopje and the wineries we have a lot of tourists, and we have now really good offer for the wine tourism because you can see a different regions in small country with a totally different opportunity that they can offer you, and hospitality and food and wine. This is something that we can be proud of. Also, the nature is amazing. We have, as I told you, huge plantage of vineyards, which is something that is amazing. You can see on the picture. So this is something that is very special for Macedonia. Now the wineries see the potential of it. We have few wineries that are here and already built the apartments. You have full offer. Sitting in the winery, tasting in the winery, sleeping in the winery, get good time in the winery. So, and then you can do several wineries, which is something that is amazing. Me and my partner, we are working on it now, and that is something that is, I will show you by video. Okay, let's do it, the video of Macedonia. Okay. We're doing? Yeah, here we go. Okay. This is Macedonia. Okay.
doing in the last 30 to 20, 40, whatever. She's not that old, but years, 2 years. So yeah, so she is the person who is did probably the most during her personal professional career for the wines of this region. And the objective here, what we are trying to achieve with this presentation, to give you some insight on international trends, a bit of insight on the UK market, and what you need to consider when you are starting to export wines. Who are from wineries, export, who is working in export? Everyone, yeah? Interested. So I'm really hoping it's going to be useful. We are not going to taste wines, but I thought that we need some compensation for you before, because Caroline is a bit late and we started a bit later to wait for her with the presentation. But it's going to be a lot of slides with a lot of data. I am trying to not get into the very, very much details on each slide. It's obviously it's a snapshot what we can cover in 1 hour, 1.5 hours today. But hopefully it's going to be very useful. If you have any questions, we are going to share our contact details on the slides later. So drop us an email if you have any questions regarding any UK specific questions, marketing questions, or any questions how to export wines. So let's jump on it. Some introduction which I already did. Because I don't have to do, yes, sorry. So what we are going to cover is global trends, what you have to consider if you want to be successful on export markets, how to sell your wines, and how to promote your wines on international markets. Caroline and myself, we are running a wine communication, wine marketing agency in the UK, helping wineries from the region, Central and Eastern Europe, to get and be successful on the market with individual wineries, markets, promoting grape varieties. Caroline obviously writing a lot of articles about it. We are organizing tastings. So quite a lot, and what we experienced that the market is more and more open towards the regional wines. So it is a good time to join us, join the UK market or export market for the wines from the region. I don't really have to introduce Caroline, so although she is not here, I'm assuming everyone heard about her at least. She's coming and working with Central and Eastern Europe in the last 30-odd years since she started working in the wine business as a wine buyer. She's a wine personality, awarded with a lot of awards in different markets. Wrote a lot of books. She's writing a book now with Igor about Serbia as well, but she wrote about a book from Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova. A lot of articles contributing to a lot of prominent books, like World Atlas of Wines and stuff. So she is the expert, globally acknowledged expert of Central and Eastern European wines and in this wine region for all the markets. Myself, I'm originally from Hungary. I was working for big multinational companies and advertising agencies in marketing, promotions, and changed my profession 20 odd years ago, starting to work in the wine business. I have an enology diploma as well, and judging, promoting, and really focusing wines on Central and Eastern Europe. And we are doing together this promotion with Caroline. So let's jump on the market, global market trend challenges, because it's quite important that we understand before we do anything and how to sell wines, that what's going on in the world regarding the wines. Do you want to help with this? No, it's fine. It's fine. You see it here, but fine. So probably you are all working in wine. You know the major concerns that wine consumption globally is decreasing. Production is decreasing. There are different drivers, obviously. So it's not the best, not without challenges to work in the wine industry nowadays. We have the lowest production in 2024 since 1961. It's really bad. Obviously, there are a lot of drivers behind it: climate change, Ukraine war, everything, but maybe and the decreasing consumption. We have experienced decreasing of wine drinking on everywhere in the world, but China is really the major driver of the global wine consumption decrease. 2 million hectoliter loss annually is due to China. So 60%, the Chinese wine consumption is decreased by 69% since 2019. So this is the main driver. And when you say that we have a big problem everywhere, yes, Europe is decreasing by 5%, USA decreasing. So we experienced a decrease in wine and wine drinking everywhere in the world. But these huge losses and numbers are really driven by China, which is, one hand, I think it's a good news because we still have markets, we have regions where people are still appreciate wine and drink, so we have to focus on those markets. On the other hand, obviously, it's a very bad news that 2 million hectoliters are evaporating for the annual wine consumption in the world. The prices are obviously, as you can experience as a consumer as well, are increasing. There's a huge inflation driven by geopolitics. Sorry again, I forgot this. Geopolitics in the region, war, cost of the goods that you have to put in when producing wines. But the export wine market is still very big. So there are still a lot of movement and still a lot of space to export wine. So nearly half of the wines which are consumed globally are exported. So it's half of the wines are moving around the world, countries by countries. Another challenge what we're experiencing when selling wines, it's the new trend, new consumer trend. So we have millennials who are getting older, boomers who are getting very, very old. So we have an aging population of wine drinkers who are drinking less and different style of wines. And the new population, new generations coming in are drinking less wines, more health conscious, which is a challenge. And absolutely they are drinking differently wines than the older generation. So they are drinking way less because these health trends are very, very favorable nowadays. But also they are more confident knowing more about wines. They are much open to try new things, which is, I think, a very, very positive and good news to the whole region, because we can. So these people are not going to drink another Chardonnay, not going to drink a Bordeaux wine. You can sell them Melnik, we can sell them Žilavka, we can sell them Prokopats. So they are more open to try out new things. And they are willing to pay more for wines, which I think it's for this region, for the whole Central region is very, very, very good news. Another trend which is going on, thanks to the changing habits of drinking wines, is the premiumization. People are drinking less but willing to pay more, which again, I think it's a good news for our region in overall. The other thing we have to take into consideration that they are drinking wines differently. So it's not enough to produce wines in a very good quality and get it in front of the consumers. They are interested in the story of the wines. They are interested in the origin of the wines, way more interested. And the consumer experiences are more and more important to this new generation than the previous ones. So they need to see the value in the wine, like sustainability, organic, origin, terroir, and everything. So we need to tell more stories. So wine quality is not enough. And jumping on one of the values, sorry again, I forgot this. So I was talking about premiumization, sorry. I have too many gadgets in my hand, so it's literally because I need Caroline here. it's very important. So every producer who is trying to get into Western markets, you have to bear in mind, even I know that being organic is a challenge, especially with the climate change, the extremities of the weather, and also the administration of the organic certifications. It's very important to follow some kind of rules, organic, sustainable, and communicate it on your label, communicate to the buyer that you are as sustainable as possible. Consumers, wine buyers are really after wines which represent the health and planet-friendly values. Another trend which it's nice to, I mean, it's good to know about, either you want to tap into this world or not, that the only category which is growing double digit is the low and no alcohol wines in the world. Obviously, it's the changing of getting the younger consumers, the Gen Z health consciousness. People want to drink less wines, but still they would like to have or enjoy different kind of beverages. The category itself is still under or below 1%. But it's growing. The majority is USA is very strong. 49% of the total low alcohol beverage market is there, but UK and Germany is very, very prominent. So even if you are not tapping into this, it's good to know that there is a trend and there is a consumer demand on more healthier, consumer-friendly wines. And another trend, which is very important also, that the young generation are most likely to consume wine in alternative packaging. So the bottle is not only your glass bottle is not the only option. So 20% of the new generation would easily buy wines in cans or bag-in boxes, pouches. So they are really open, not here. In the UK, so we are very strong. The supermarket shelves are really full of wine cans. And if you see the appealing labels, they are mirroring the sorry? Let me give, because probably others are interested in your question as well.
Here you're talking about supermarket quality wine.
Yeah, so these wines are mainly sold in off-trade, so people in supermarkets, on individual wine shops, but not in restaurants. Yeah, but it's still something that you wanna consider. Obviously, in a restaurant environment, you are not selling this kind of wines. But as you will see, that over 80% of the total wine sales is sold in supermarkets. I think it's important, especially for larger wineries, to consider this kind of alternative packaging, and it's good to know. And what I would take away from this slide is that looking on the kind of labels or the design of this packaging, that even if you are not going to jump into the cans or bag-in boxes or alternative, these are the designs which are appealing for the younger generation. So more modern designs, even for premium wines. I wouldn't say that you have to mirror for a top quality €100 wine these designs, but a bit more colorful and up to date. Is welcomed here as well. Another very important demand, actually, it's not even a trend, for the packaging, that in the UK it's very prominent now, but it's an initiative, global initiative since 2023 actually. Canada, Sweden, the Nordics, UK, so a lot of importers, a lot of associations are part of this initiative that they are asking for producers to reduce the weight of the bottles that they are bottling the wines in. So they want to get below half a kilogram, so 400 grams, 460 grams of bottles, and there is going to be an absolute ban of weight heavier bottles. So it's I know that in the domestic market. That qualities associated with heavier bottles, but you won't be able to sell in the North Americas. You won't be able to sell these bottles in the UK. They just simply won't appreciate these heavy bottles. So I really urge everyone to concentrate on changing and work on the premiumization a bit differently, because it's not only that they are environment conscious and they want to have less carbon footprint, but there is in the UK especially, there is a very heavy tax implication as well. So importers have to pay more tax or weighter bottles. So it's absolutely a no-go for bottles over 460 or 20 grams different, obviously, in each market. One other important trends, which the reason I think we have to talk about it, because especially due to COVID, or thanks to COVID, one silver lining of this whole pandemic, that e-commerce became very, very strong. So almost 30% of the total wine sales globally is online. So if you don't have a web shop, or your producers, or you're not selling to an importer who has a web shop or an e-commerce site, you have to work on developing one or develop relationships with someone, because it's a huge chunk of the global wine business. 30% is 1/3. So you have to bear in mind that and it's not decreasing, so it became strong. And we are ordering, so we are using Amazon, we are using eBay, we are using Etsy, whatever. So it's this kind of convenience that you can put a lot of information, obviously, about the wines. With AI, it's going to be even more important than you just type in what type of style you want, and the search engine is going to find you the wine. So it's you have to tap in if you are not doing it already. So jumping in to exports, once you know the global trends, because obviously they are very important, because you have to know what is going on, what type of wines, what type of wine styles are expected or required or desired on the international market. And you know already this, you have to ask the question from yourself, why you want to export. Because I would like to see my wines in a fine dining London restaurant. It's not a good reason. It can be, but you have to be aware that maybe you are going to sell a couple of cases, but you need to answer a lot of questions before entering into the international markets or starting export, because it's expensive. You need to have a lot of resources, and you need to have a proper product and essential volumes of this product to be able to export efficiently. So the question, where to export, where to sell your wines. I think the obvious answer is where people are still drinking wines. So I definitely won't consider to these markets where there is still a prominent wine consumption, like the USA, UK, Germany, where people are appreciating it, and there is a established wine culture, wine market. You saw the biggest wine importer markets, because obviously consumption is not equal with production, because US can be the biggest wine market in the world, but they are not necessarily the biggest wine importers, because 2/3 of the wines they are drinking or consuming are produced domestically. So considering the three big, which is like changing year on year, who are the biggest, Germany, UK, or the US. Germany is very big in volume, but value, they are not as prominent. But these are the top three markets importing wines globally, and they've been in the last 20, 30 odd years. In Germany, the market is very competitive. They have a strong domestic market, but they are importing more than what they are producing. The advantage for exporting to Germany as it's within the EU and it's close. So in the continent, you do have moderate transport costs, but it's very, very price-sensitive market. UK is already our third country, so after Brexit, it's expensive. We do have to pay duty behind the wines and way more administration when you wanna export wines. It's a competitive market. Everyone wants to be on the UK market. Really, biggest advantage, obviously, that it's a very stable market with a lot of heritage, 100 years of wine consumption, and they have a global influence on the global wine trends. So whatever happening in the UK, Poland will hear about it. South Korea will hear about it. So and we have the highest number of master of wines. We have the influential wine people. So it's a very, very influential market. The US is also the very important, very costly transportation. What is even harder in the US that you have 50 different states with 50 different state regulations. So if you have someone in New York, not necessarily will be able to sell wines in California. So they have to bear in mind that you try to sell your wines to an importer, agent, distributor who covers more states than one. What is a huge advantage in the US, obviously being a globally huge market, that they are the most successful recruiting or getting younger people to drink wines. And they are very interested also. So now we're a bit deeper into the UK because we are from the UK. We know a bit more about the UK market than any other markets. So UK is a net importer market with one of the biggest wine consumption in the world, within the number 5. Over 90% of the wines consumed in the United Kingdom, it's imported from somewhere, meaning that it's 55% is coming from Europe. They have a domestic market. British wines or English wines are growing. They have around 75,000 hectares, British wine something, but it's still small. So, but it's growing, and they are proud of it and drinking. But I don't think in the next 30, 40 years that they will be enough to produce as many wines as they are drinking. So it's always going to be a net importer. Yeah, different because we have wine production in Wales as well. I think British wines altogether around 7,000.
Yeah. Okay, hello. Apologies I wasn't here at the beginning. The organisers changed the schedule and double booked me. So I'm here now. Where have you got? Talking about why you should pay attention really to the UK market. Have you said that? Because we are big importers of wine, and because we don't produce much, we're very open-minded to what wines we drink, as long as they're good, interesting, authentic, have a story, and of course are at the right price.
The question was British wine, English wine. You can sell British wines importing grapes or wine?
Yeah. British wine is made from imported grapes, imported grape concentrate. English or Welsh wine is made from grapes that are grown and vinified in the country. I honestly don't know what British wine is nowadays, because it's quite often really cheap bag-in-box stuff. I know Lidl still does one. English and Welsh wine is somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 hectares now. Don't know exactly.
Yeah, but I'm just showing it the number of. As you see, we experienced some decrease on the UK market in the total wine and spirit business, but it's 1%, so it's a very, very stable market. Even the with the cost of living, Ukraine war, price increase and stuff, so it didn't decrease significantly, and it's still a 15 billion British pounds market. So it's huge. It's really, really. And who are the people who are trying to export to the UK market? As I mentioned, everyone, literally. But the three biggest export markets are, guess who? Obviously, you see it on the slide. It's Italy, Spain, and France. They are huge. If you are considering total Europe, including Balkans, Central Europe, North Europe, even Germany, and you add the total export volume of these countries, we don't even add up the export volume of Italy or Spain alone. So it's very important to get do things together, because we are, I mean, Hungary itself is half of the size of Champagne. So it's very, very important that Central and Eastern European wines and wineries are getting together and demonstrate the quality and value and interest of the wines that we are doing here. Let me talk. So the other thing that you have to consider, as I mentioned before, even thinking about exporting, that do you have the resources? Do you have a person who speaks proper English, who knows something about export and administration and what is required to do the shipping wines and all this kind of things? So can someone drive the export once you sold the wines? Do you have enough capacity? Do you have enough wines? Do you have the resources for allocating people, allocating enough time to deal with that? Because you have to talk to your importers. So it's not enough to, I sold my wines and it's my importer's job to sell it. You have to work with your importer distribution partner on the export market to successfully drive sales. Since all of you know that you have to spend money to sell your wines on your domestic market as well, can you imagine that if you are trying to sell wines on a market where your wines, your winery, your grape varieties, or even your country is lesser known, then it requires more and more investment than selling on the domestic market. So multiply the amount you are spending on the local market, and that is the amount you have to spend on a marketing budget entering into the UK or any other market really where you wanna spend. We talked about packaging. It needs to be appealing. People need to understand. They won't know the winery, they won't know the region, they won't know the grape variety. So it has to be very clear what you are writing on it. Ideally not on Cyrillic, weirdly Cyrillic letters, so people in the Western world would understand and be able to read it. Obviously, you need to know the legal requirement, what needs to be put on the bottles. In the UK, you have to put the name of the importer, for example. It's an extra thing that every bottle has to state who is the partner you are working in the UK market, and you need to know the market you are trying to sell to.
Okay, so yes, you need to actually think about what your target market is looking for. Are you making wines of the right style for the customers that you're targeting, for instance? Is it the right quality at the right price level? Following style trends, what grape varieties work? Trends, pet nats, natural wines, Pinot Grigio, and so on. You need to make sure if you're exporting that you have enough volume available for the target market that you want. So if you want to work with supermarkets, you're going to have a lot of wine available. If you want to work with small specialist importers, have a little bit of presence in smart on-trade restaurants, you don't have to have large amounts available, but you need to think about that as part of your whole package of what am I trying to export and why am I trying to export it. Then understanding the pricing, and this is really important. I'm going to show you another slide in a minute on this, but you need to understand how price points work in your target market. And in the UK, that is quite challenging because we are a very competitive market, and the cost price of the wine gets multiplied by all the on costs, the delivery, but the margins that the retailers make, duty, VAT, they're all high. So you have to take that into account and almost calculate backwards to what price you need to sell ex sellers. And you're probably going to have to discount from what you sell in the domestic market. And I find a lot of wineries don't understand that you will need to discount to be in a competitive market like the UK. So again, that's something to think about as a winery when you're thinking about, do I need to export? Do I want to export? Why? How much am I prepared to invest in cutting prices to meet a sensible price point? And that's target sector as well. If you can get into a Michelin-starred restaurant, then it's a whole different scenario in terms of price to if you want to sell to Tesco's or Lidl or Aldi or Morrison's, different scenario. So you need to think through all that. We'll show you how prices get calculated in a minute. And then there's a question of, are you going to go with indigenous grape varieties or international grape varieties? And I think both potentially have a place. So indigenous grape varieties are tremendous for opening doors, for getting people's attention, because if you come, meet people, say, at a trade fair or you go to a tasting, say, please come and taste my Merlot. Again, yeah, so what? Another Merlot, who needs it? You can say, taste my Prokopats, my Mavrud, my Gamza, my Kadaka, my Frankovka, my Grashats, They might go, oh, don't know that, let me taste it. So there is a value in that. And then once you've got them hooked, you can show them your other stuff as well. So I think it is really useful, partly for people looking for something different to put on their shelves and a new story, and partly just getting people to pay you attention as a winery. Point of difference, authentic, and our consumers are looking for authentic stories nowadays. They're looking for a point of difference. Maybe they're bored of yet another Chardonnay, yet another Merlot. But we are talking about grapes that people can't pronounce from countries they've never heard of. So there can be also a place for international varieties, because if you can show them you make great Sauvignon at a price point, they go, oh, okay. I understand what Sauvignon is all about, or Chardonnay, or Merlot, or whatever it happens to be. I understand what it's about, and I can peg it. And maybe there is a role in places for a familiar grape variety to introduce an unfamiliar country. Shows the quality of the winemaking, shows the quality of the terroir, and helps consumers take that step into the unknown. So both of those can be part of your portfolio. Okay, pricing. This is the really critical one. I don't know if you can read the numbers here, but there's a big on and off trade distributor called Bibendum that produces this every year. It's on their website, it's on their blog, so anybody can go and find it. So I've borrowed it to put into this to show you quite how challenging pricing in the UK is and how it's made up. So we now have to pay different duty levels for different levels of alcohol. So hence at the bottom I'm showing you the different alcohol levels. So the dark green at the bottom of the slide is the money for the wine. Then you've got a little, and don't forget that includes the glass, the cork, the label, the capsule, and so on. So at this end we're talking about £1.56 for the wine. That ends up at £8 on the shelf. Now, £8 is now the average off-trade retail price in the UK. If you think £1.56 is not a lot of money for you to grow the grapes, vinify the grapes, maybe put them in barrel, probably not at that price level. And the people that actually make the money are the retailers and the government, which are these big sections here as we go into orange and red. And as you go across the slide, you can see that the value of the wine goes up significantly, but duty has an impact. So the difference between a £15 wine at 12.5% and similar cost price wine at 14.5%, 65p, probably that would get rounded up to 15 to 16 quid. So all these things have to be taken into account. And I think a lot of people find it quite shocking when they look at this slide and go, hang on, to get a wine on the shelf for £8, I've got to have done all that for about £1.50 or, so well under €2. So it's quite shocking. And of course, at the other end of the slide, that's probably where you're talking to your specialist independents, your on-trade and so on. But everybody wants to be in that sector. There is a lot of competition, so you've really got to be sure what your story is and how you're going to sell your wines to these people. I see some nodding from people that try and do this. Then you've got to look at how you're going to get into the market. And there are different routes to market, again, depending on all the things we talked about before: pricing, volumes available, your commercial ambitions, and so on. So, producer at the top, you can go direct to retailer. Direct to consumer from mainland Europe does not work in the UK because of handling the complications of duty clearance and so on. So your options as a producer really are direct to retailer, which would tend to be a route that people with large volumes who want to work with a supermarket would take. Via an agent, so an agent that finds you a customer, probably handles the orders and takes a margin, but does not hold the stock. Or you go to a distributor and wholesaler who holds the stock in the UK and delivers it on to your customers, probably does the marketing and the selling and goes to trade fairs on your behalf, and then they sell it on to the retailer, whoever that might be, whether it's hotels and restaurants or shops. And then sometimes you've got that extra complication of producer via agent to distributor, wholesaler to retailer. And every step in the chain will take a margin. So you, again, have to allow for that in your calculation of where you're going to price the wine. And then if you're going the distributor wholesaler route, you have to decide whether you're going to work with somebody small and specialist, or actually we need to move on a slide. Okay, direct to retailer, lowest cost because fewest margins, close relationship with your customer, closest link to the end consumer, but likely to be large volumes and one point of contact. Really difficult to get to these buyers. Quite a lot of them will not talk to producers directly. You've got to really work hard to understand what they require, and each of them are different. Really hard to get listed as a new supplier because of the bureaucracy and the paperwork and the approvals and the certification and so on. They might insist on BRC or International Food Standard certification and those kinds of things before they'll even consider you. Have to have trust, have to have people that can speak English in the logistics department as well as sales and marketing and so on. And it's, but it's an important sector because the off-trade by volume is, nearly 90% of the UK market. Slightly, we go down to 61% if we're talking if we're talking by value, but by volume, the off-trade you really have to think about seriously. It drives the UK market. People like these. Majestic, Laithwaite, Wine Society, Naked Wines and Odd Bins, quite small nowadays, and then of course the big supermarkets. The supermarkets absolutely dominate this sector, but because they are so big, that limits, honestly, the people they can work with. So, yeah. So, if you want to work via an agent, well, it's relatively small cost to you. They hopefully understand the market. They know what the consumers require, so they can provide advice. They can guide you to the right customer opportunity. Maybe have a small portfolio and a specialist focus, so you have a good share of voice in their portfolio to get attention from the market. But, you know, it's an extra margin. They're usually small players, small teams. You need to make sure you need to support them to make sure your wine does get attention in their portfolio. Don't usually supply on trade. Might do, but don't usually. Don't hold stock. So, you know, for people that want small amounts, like independent retailers, hotels, restaurants, they're not going to ship wine necessarily. You know, they want to buy a few cases from a UK distributor, so they don't have a lot of risk to try something unusual. And then these people may sell on to a distributor as well. And again, a good distributor, you've got that option, you've got the flexibility, you've got stock in the UK so that people can try. You know, they're buying their Chianti so they can try a few bottles from Serbia alongside it, or Bulgaria, or North Macedonia, or whatever. So you can build up business without overcommitting. Usually they have a larger sales force, and they know the market. They have good contacts. They have established contacts. The problem is, of course, that you are then maybe a small winery in a big portfolio, so making sure you get attention from the salespeople actually means you've then got to spend money on sales training and incentives for the sales force. So again, that comes back to that needing to invest in marketing. Because, you know, if you've done a tasting with the sales team, they will go out and they go, oh, yes, I met the producer, I've tasted these wines, I can be confident that I can sell them to you as my contact. So there are advantages and disadvantages. Again, it's a complex picture, and you need to work through all these scenarios to work out what's right for you.
Okay, so it's I think it was complex enough. So a lot of options, depends on the objectives, volumes, where you want to sell, which route you would take with which partners on the specific export market or in the UK. But once you know what type of distributors, importers you want to talk to, you need to meet these people, you need to contact these people, and the best places are to this kind of meetings and meet the buyers who are responsible and can help you get into the UK market or other export markets is mainly wine fairs, so like Wine Vision or ProWine or Wine Paris, or the wine fair we are doing with Caroline and other friends in the UK, the Central European Wine Fair, which is concentrating on the regional wines, and beside only showing the wines to important trade people, journalists, building a category. So you need to go and get to these markets, meet with these buyers, showing the wines, get their attention. Obviously, in Wine Paris and the larger wine trade show, it's you are one small region with one small winery among thousands of other prominent wineries from around the world. So it's always better to go a specific or smaller markets or fairs as well to promote your wines. But we have to take into consideration which markets are your target markets and pick your fairs accordingly. I wouldn't say go for all, because these are expensive things, and you need to concentrate your resources and efforts. But these are the best way to meet the buyers. This wine fairs, obviously, it helps if you prepare. You prepare and invite the buyers from the specific target market to your stand. Make connection with them before, invite them. If someone tasted your wines, do follow-ups, write to them immediately. It's very important. So they are going to taste thousands and thousands of wines to this fair. They won't necessarily remember. You need to follow up, and you need to do these extra miles and steps to to get their attention.
Okay, so this is one option, which obviously we're very keen on as a way of really focusing attention on this part of the world. But we're not here to do an advert, but just to let you know this is one option in a portfolio of options, and it will be on the 15th or 16th of June in 2026, if anybody is interested in joining us. Information to follow. Okay, so marketing your wines. I mean, once you've got a distributor, an agent or a distributor, you still need to put some effort into marketing and following up and building awareness to create that pull for the buyers and the end consumers. So, you know, articles, advertorial, sponsored features, creating awareness. A good website. Oh my God, I get so frustrated with bad websites that don't have the information I need in good English. And people that don't respond when you send an email and say, please, can you send me a technical sheet? That sort of thing, you know. Endless frustration. You've got to be on social media. You've got to be on Instagram. You've got to have a way for people to find you. Up-to-date contact details. So if people go looking for you, they can get in touch with you. And you would be amazed at how many wineries do not do this. Probably not the wineries that are here, but hey. Invite people to visit you, you know, get involved in masterclasses. It's all part of that. Don't expect that just turning up at a trade show once will solve everything. You've kind of got to think strategically over the longer term. How are you going to keep reminding people that you're there and that your wines are worth paying attention to? Competitions too, you know, they can be really valuable. A good medal at a high-profile competition has two roles. We've got a slide on this, haven't we? Has two roles. One is, you know, if you get a good medal, people notice it, consumers notice it. I see it when I'm looking at, you know, Lidl customers. A gold medal sticker on the bottle does make an impact. Some competitions are higher profile than others. And the other thing is that you are getting your wines in front of buyers as well, and opinion formers, because the judges are often buyers and journalists who, you know, so there is this dual role of competitions. They really do make a difference. But you have to choose the right competition. If you want to be in the UK, then Decanter's the leading one. If you want to be in Germany, probably you're going to look at Mundusvini. So again, picking the competitions that work for you. Here in the Balkans, you know, Open Balkan Wine Trophy is going to be a good one. But there are lots of competitions and medals out there to be won. So again, thinking about which ones align with what you want to achieve. Okay, better together. You know, we're here at the Open Wine Vision by Open Balkan because, you know, we're all small countries in a big world of wine. And if we can bring people together and raise awareness for the whole region together, it creates a bigger pie. And your slices of that pie are going to be bigger. The competition is not the winery down the road here. The competition is Australia, New Zealand, Chile, Argentina. So the Balkans, Central and Eastern Europe is stronger if we can get you together doing joint marketing things. So Open Balkans, you know, and also, you know, that's what we're trying to do with our wine fair in the UK. And other initiatives like that. Whether it's a national one, whether it's a group of producers that can share their resources and come together, it all helps visibility and more share of voice, which ultimately, in time, will result in more sales and better sales at better prices.
Yeah, we talked about the competitions. There are a lot of things you can do without really going out of your winery, but raising the awareness for your wines and winery, meaning communication. So you have the very powerful tool, your website, which can be reached globally. People can read about your wines, your terroir, your heritage, your philosophy. You can do advertisements on the markets where you want to target your sales. You can do a lot of social media. So you can do a lot of communication by your own, apart from the ones that will be earned media. For example, articles around wine competitions and wine events. So as Caroline mentioned, that the website is a very powerful tool. You can put all your information. I'm not going to repeat what she said already, but what I can say as a non-native English speaker, it's very, very important that you have proper English on your website. If you don't have a person who lived 1,000 years in the UK or the US, have some native speaker, and then have them proofread your communication, your website, because it just gives professionalism and credibility for and seriousness of the messages you want to say. Also, it's very important because it's a very powerful tool. You can tell your story here. It can be really read by people in Uganda as well, what you want to tell about your wines. So it's a very powerful tool, but do and use it right. Caroline told about what important informations you need to put there. I would add one example, which I think is quite important and not a lot of people are doing. There are fact sheets, information about the wines that a buyer, a people, a journalist who are interested in your wines would like to know. Statistic analytics, terroir, few words about the harvest, how was the made wine, did it spend some time in the oak, not. So these kind of technical sheets can be done very easily for all of your wines, easily to download or read it on website, extremely useful, especially because our regions, our grape varieties are not as known as. Probably you don't have to put so much information about a French wine, but a Bordeaux Chateau will have a fact sheet for all of their wines on their websites, even though they are known and it's everyone knows it's going to be Cabernet or some blend of Cabernet Merlot and Cabernet Franc, Petit Verdot. They will describe how the wine was made, how was the specific vintage. These kind of things, it's very, very important to give information because we need to educate the people and raise awareness of these grape varieties, this region, your specific terroir, your philosophy.
And it needs to be up. It needs to be up to date. The number of times I look at a website and it's still showing 2019 and I've got 2024 to show in a masterclass. I can't tell a winery's story if the winery does not share it with me. Okay, that's fundamentally. I'm not looking for your secrets. I'm looking for your story so I, as a journalist, can share it on.
And the more information you are putting on your website, and the website is organized or optimized for around keyword, around the stories you want to tell, the more likely people are going to find you when they are searching for wines or wineries from the region or try to find a new wine discovery. So Google search is very important. You have to optimize for that. You can drive on your website and in social media the sentiments, the opinion about your wines, about your winery. It's a very powerful tool. You have to post, use Instagram, use LinkedIn for professional conversation, use Facebook. I mean, Facebook is probably for us boomers and old schoolers, but yeah, Insta and TikTok and all these kind of things, very, very powerful tool, really. Another powerful tool for earned media, which you are not paying for, but you do something so you earn some coverage, is when you are inviting people, inviting journalists to your winery, to the region, and they are going to write or tastings or send samples to journalists to taste your wines. You can send samples to Jancis Robinson. She's going to probably taste your wines, or one of her or journalists, and put on the website if the wine is good enough to be. And it's already a very strong tool, very strong marketing tool to promote your wine. Try to use as much as you can your own media vehicles. Try to earn as many media coverage or news as you can, because you still have to spend a lot of money when you want to enter to the international market, but there are low-hanging fruits or things that requires effort, requires resources, but not as expensive as paying a double-page article or advertisement in Decanter, for example.
Okay, yeah. And then if you have the budget, obviously paid media. I, for instance, quite regularly write sponsored features for Decanter, which, they don't tell me what to write. I write it from the heart, from my knowledge of the region, but it's associated with Decanter and distributed with them. There are other opportunities as well, so it's a good way obviously earned media is best, but this is also a valid route into getting the message out there. But it does depend on money. Mm-mm.
And also here is very important that Caroline is responsible probably 80 or 90% of the English language books written about the regions and the wines, but we still don't have enough. So these kind of articles or editorials, which are paid articles and advertisement, are a very good tool to educate people about the region. So, for example, working together with Decanter or Harper's or other international coverage with a good name, reaching a lot of people, you can put together supplements, inserts, like 16, 20, 36 pages for the region, for the wine, for the country, for a wine, for a grape variety, and this is a very, very powerful tool to educate. So it's like small education, small publication, small wine books really working. So it's, but as we said, it's better together. It was perhaps if you have some government or European money for helping with this, because individual winery won't be able to, or not necessarily will be able to buy 36 pages of supplement in Decanter. So here again, it's important that wineries, associations are going for this, or associations and marketing bodies are going for these options and helping individual wineries with raising awareness, so the individual wineries can convert this awareness into sales on the markets. And so that was it. I think it was massive. It was quite a lot. We tried to, with a lot of information. Probably you know already something what we are covering. We have way more information about the UK market and international markets. So should you have any questions, any help, any guidance, I will put on Caroline's and my email address as well. So please feel free to contact us. If you don't have it, we can guide you somewhere. So what we are really doing is trying to help. So our mission of passion is Central and Eastern Europe. I'm from here. Caroline is literally honorably here, and being a citizen of a region, neighboring country. So she is from here as well. So we try to help and promote the wines in the UK because we are there, but obviously with international, with the articles and stuff, Caroline can help with other publications.
Yeah. So it's really hot up here. So really appreciate your attention and So if anybody's got any questions or comments or anything they want to know, there's some of the people. These are our email addresses. If you want to get in contact, I'm certainly very easy to find on social media because there are not many Caroline Gilbys around. So that's another way of getting in touch. But we both believe strongly that now is the time for Central and Eastern Europe. So here to support. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And really sorry that we started a bit later. Blame the organizers. I hope the glass of wine that we organized for you as a compensation helped a bit. Although it was a dry masterclass. Thank you so much.
ste, dobrodošli. Čekaj da vidimo, radi, dobro. Dobar dan svima, odnosno dobro veče, dan veče, tu smo negde na granici. Želim da vam poželim dobrodošlicu na današnje predavanje, degustaciju, masterclass, nazovimo to kako god želimo. Pre nego što krenemo i uđemo u sam proces priče o poslu somelijera, zvanju somelijera, o tome šta on radi, o tome kako se proba vino, kako mi mislimo da se proba vino, kako se oparuje sa hranom. Želeo bih samo da kažem da ukoliko vam nešto bude nejasno, ukoliko imate bilo kakvo pitanje, slobodno prekinite, podignite ruku ili dignite glas i pitajte. Namenjeno je da bude jedna interaktivna radionica, da pričamo, podelimo svoje iskustva kroz karijeru, mišljenja možda, perspektivu, budućnost i da spakujemo to u nekih 50-ak minuta, kako biste, jer ste ovde onako dosta intenzivan je raspored i vama intenzivan raspored, želite da iskoristite maksimalno posetu ovom divnom sajmu, tako da hvala u moje ime, hvala što ste došli na današnju radionicu i hvala što ste došli na Wine Vision. Naša tema je jedna od meni lično onako dosta zanimljivih u svim predavanjima koji se dešavaju danas i sutra, a tema je o poslu somelijera i o tom nekom, da kažem, pozivu koji je negde u našoj zemlji bio dosta nepoznat i danas je dosta nepoznat, ali kada se osvrnem i kada sagledam kakva je situacija bila pre nekih 10-12 godina i kakva je situacija danas, moram reći da su promene bile korenite i da je put koji smo mi prešli kao zemlja, naši gosti i mi sami za tih nekih 10 plus godina je stvarno izuzetan, što naravno ne skraćuje put koji tek sledi i koji tek treba da pređemo. Hteo sam samo da ispričam ovako ukratko šta i kako. Imamo nekoliko različitih tema koje ste mogli da vidite u samom opisu današnje prezentacije i imamo 3 vina da probamo. Ja nisam želeo da ispričamo celu priču pa da probamo 3 vina, nego ćemo ići onako malo priče pa jedno vino, pa malo priče pa jedno vino, pa malo priče pa jedno vino. I želeo sam da kažem da vina koja ćemo probati su strana. Imamo jedno francusko vino, jedno austrijsko vino i jedno špansko vino. To je iz razloga kada sam pričao sa Igorom Lukovićem o vinima, on je rekao nemoj samo molim te domaće regionalno, imamo toga mnogo na sajmu, daj nešto strano, daj nešto drugačije. I onda sam dugo razmišljao šta sad da poslužim od vina, kao da vam sipam nešto kao šta mi pijemo posle posla, rekao ajde da smislim neku tematiku zašto i izabrao sam 3 specijalna vina sa razlogom i reći ću vam razlog kada budemo završili ovu današnju priču i današnju degustaciju. Dosta vas ovde poznajem koji ste tu i drago mi je da ima dosta somelijera, dosta budućih somelijera i dosta ljudi koje ova sama profesija zanima. Ovo šaptač vinima, moram reći da je mnogo bolje zvučalo na engleskom, onako wine whisperer, nego ovako na srpskom, ali ostavili smo to čisto kao neko ime masterclassa, radno ime, nije baš da sam prezadovoljen sa ovim nazivom. Hteo sam malo samo za početak da napravim jedan kratki uvod i da ispričam neki svoj put kojem je išlo, da kažem, moje zvanje i bavljenje ovim poslom. Gledajući da ovaj deo bude što kraći, a ideja zašto pričam ovaj deo, ja inače stvarno retko kada i ne volim da pričam o sebi, ne znam da li sam ikada ovako nešto pisao o sebi, ali sam želeo da ispričam to možda kao potencijalno, kao neku motivaciju za nekoga, ima dosta mladih ljudi ovde, kao neku motivaciju za nekoga, jer se ja sećam kada sam 2009. godine upisao na Prirodno-matematičkom fakultetu, departman za geografiju, turizam i hotelijerstvo. Upisao sam odsek menadžer u gastronomiji i tada dok smo studirali bili su neki hotelski direktori iz Beograda držali neke prezentacije, radionice i meni je jako bilo zanimljivo da čujem tada u tom trenutku, da čujem put jednog čoveka koji je generalni direktor hotela, njegov put kako je došao do toga da postane generalni direktor hotela, koliko godina, koliko vremena, šta je sve radio i tako dalje. Tako da, eto, na ugledu toga, ja nisam generalni direktor hotela, ali po ugledu na to neko moje sjećanje, ja sam želeo ovako malo da sabrani utisci neke moje pređašnje karijere, odnosno prethodnih nekih 15-16 godina koliko imate ovde, od momenta kada sam se negde opredelio za ugostiteljstvo, što je bilo sa svojih 18 godina, do momenta kada sam želeo da budem kuvar i kao što sam malo pre rekao, pisao sam menadžment za gastronomiju, bio sam radio u kuhinji tokom studija, da bih brzo uvideo da ipak ovaj drugi deo mi je malo zanimljiviji, zanimalo me šta rade konobari, kako prodaju vina, vinske karte i vina su me od uvek zanimala i od uvek su mi bila jako intrigantna. Nisam imao novca da kupujem vina, da probam, nisam imao neke kolege tada koje su znale nešto da mi ispričaju o vinima, ali sam se trudio neko eto mikroznanje i vina koje su se tada prodavala, da nešto vidim koje su to etikete, da nešto saznam i nekada kada se skupi neki novac da kupim neku bocu u radnji, onako, to su bile najobične boce vina, da probam, da eto nešto vidim. Ništa nisam znao o tome, počeo sam da radim u baru, posle toga kad sam izašao iz kuhinje kao barmen, posle toga u servisu kao konobar i dalje me vino jako zanimalo, ništa nisam znao o tome. Radio sam u Novom Sadu, tamo sam živeo, bio sam u jednom vinskom baru 2014. i radio sam kao konobar i video sam tada neke etikete onako koje su bile iz Francuske, iz Burgundije, nisam imao pojma da je to su bila bela vina, nisam znao da je to Chardonnay, eto toliko sam znao o vinima tada. Pitao sam moje kolege kao šta je ovo, znate nešto o tome, oni su rekli ma to se nikad ne prodaje, to stoji tu tako, ne diraj i tako da. I onda sam vidio da tu nema nekog sagovornika i dalje sam razmišljao kako bih mogao da naučim nešto više. Sredstva su bila limitirana, vreme je bilo limitirano, znao sam za obuku za somelijere koja postoji u Novom Sadu i Beogradu. Neko mi je pričao kao u Beogradu je kao duža obuka, zanimljivija i nekako je meni interesovalo da odem u Beograd na obuku, nisam imao vremena i novca. Odradio sam jednu letnju sezonu 2014. i otišao u septembru na obuku za somelijere, posle čega sam se preselio u Beograd i počeo da radim u jednom novootvorenom restoranu, tada sa nekih 100 etiketa vina. 100 etiketa vina, ja završio tek obuku i dalje ne znam ništa, završio sam obuku, znam ponešto, ali i dalje vrlo malo, vidim 100 vina, mislim nikada neću naučiti ovih 100 vina u životu. Ovo je za mene špansko selo, etiketa po etiketu, posle toga sam radio 2 godine u čuvenom beogradskom hotelu Square 9 i posle toga sam radio kao sommelier i menadžer u jednom vinskom restoranu koji se zove Podrum Novi Vajnar, sada se zove Maslina, nalazi se na Novom Beogradu. Nažalost, posle toga došla nam je korona, 2020. Ugostiteljstvo je bilo dosta pogođeno sa koronom, pogođeno i danas sa mnogim drugim faktorima. Tada se selim i radim mesec dana u Beogradu i dalje, ali radim u uvozu i distribuciji. Izašao sam iz ugostiteljstva na kratko, da bih se pojavila jedna prilika krajem 21. da preuzmemo jedan mali restoran na Novom Beogradu zajedno sa svojim prijateljem i preuzeli smo taj restoran i otvorili smo jedan lep mali bistro vinski koji se zove Pino u aprilu 2022. Taj restoran je onako dosta brzo, kako bi se to reklo, uzleteo i dosta brzo krenuo da radi dobro, da bude pun, da ima zanimljivu ponudu vina. Gledao sam svoju filozofiju da prenesemo taj restoran, da imamo mnogo vina na čašu, o čemu ćemo pričati kada budemo govorili o vinskoj karti, da imamo zanimljive namirnice, da se bavim kuhinjom, o čemu ćemo isto pričati kasnije. I od marta ove godine, pored Pinoa, vodim kao menadžer, somelijer, suvlasnik, kako god, restoran Legat u Beogradu na Voždovcu i tamo se bavim nekim, da kažemo, fine diningom, trudimo se da jurimo neke zvezdice i tako dalje, ali pričat ćemo tokom samog predavanja. Ali evo, to je nekih poslednjih 16 godina, 2014. prekretnica, kurs za somelijere u Udruženju sommelijera Srbije, definitivno nešto što je promenilo moj život i što me usmerilo da želim da se bavim vinom i da želim da vinski poziv, odnosno poziv sommelijera postane moj život. Kada smo saslušali ovu da kažem, proteklu deceniju i po, možemo malo šampanjca da sipamo lagano, da se osvežimo, a ja ću preći na sledeći slajd, pa kada nam budu kolege sipale šampanjac, onda ćemo da se vratimo na ovaj slajd sa šampanjcem. Dok čekamo da se šampanjac sipa, reč dve o samoj degustaciji. Mnogi gosti koji dolaze u naše restorane godinama i dalje, onako, da kažem, dođu i kažu mi ne znamo puno o vinu, izaberite nam vi nešto, kažite nam vi nešto, pomozite nam da izaberemo i onda smo mi onako nebrnom grožđu iz razloga što ne znamo šta ti gosti vole da piju. Ono što mi volimo da pijemo, na primjer, evo, ovaj šampanjac koji ima 2 grama šećera po litru, koji je ekstra brut, koji je od 100% Pinot Meunier, od crne sorte, koji se nama sviđa, koji bismo pili svaki dan, možda naše gosti ne bi pili, nego bi rađe pili recimo Veuve Clicquot koji ima 10 grama šećera po litru, koji je mnogo zaokruženiji, slasniji, karamelastiji, vanilastiji i to je sasvim u redu. Tako da kada nam dođu gosti i kažu izaberite neko vino, mi moramo da sagledamo tu odgovornost i da... Dobra je ova boca, ali sipe ljudima malo više. Da, hvala. I onda velika je odgovornost na nama i moramo da popričamo sa tim gostom, da ga pitamo šta on želi, šta želi da proba, kakva vina voli, kakva vina je probao, o kakvoj prilici se radi, o čemu ćemo isto pričati dalje. A kada probamo vina, što je jako interesantno, i kada radimo degustaciju vina, tako reći na slepo, ono što je najzanimljivije je da vidimo, imamo nešto u čaši, pretpostavljamo da je vino, da vidimo šta je to, iz koje zemlje nam dolazi, od koje sorte se pravi i kako bi ga najbolje opisali, kog je cenovnog ranga, s kojom hranom bi ga oparili i samim tim da imamo sve te faktore, potrebno je da znamo određene note da prepoznamo u vinu, potrebno je da treniramo, da vežbamo i za svake neke ispite na koje pođete posle recimo obuke za sommeliere sersa, posle recimo VISED 3 nivoa, posle recimo Introductory Certified nivoa na Court of Master Sommelieru, sve što završite i krenete dalje od toga, morate duboko da uđete u samu senzoriku, u samu analizu vina, da biste položili neki drugi ispit i da biste na kraju dana uspešno mogli da radite svoj posao. Upravo Filip sipa zajedno sa kolegama, sipa ovaj jedan divni šampanjac u vaše čaše i ja ću se vratiti na njega, samo da vam ispričam nešto o njemu. Dok ga čekamo, u pitanju jedan šampanjac koji se dolazi iz Šampanje, iz Francuske, pravi se od 100% od grožđa Pinot Meunier. Pinot Meunier je onaj neki, da kažem, crna ovca šampanjskih sorti grožđa, gde su najpoznatije sorte Chardonnay i Pinot Noir. Pinot Meunier se sadi u Šampanji iz razloga što je malo sigurniji od Pinot Noira, čini 1/3 zasada u celoj Šampanji i mnogi misle da je ona inferiorna sorta, iako to pokazat će ovo vino, a i mnoga druga, nije baš do kraja tačno. Ovaj Pinot Meunier nam dolazi od proizvođača Eglio i Rea, čuvenog proizvođača iz sela Ambonnet u Montagne de Remsu. Montagne de Rems je najbolji predeo za proizvodnju šampanjaca od crnog grožđa u celoj Šampanji i jedna od najčuvenijih i najpoznatijih kuća za bela vina od crnog grožđa, upravo je Eglio i Rea sa tradicijom od prilike oko 1 vek, oni su osnovani 1930. godine. Mala greška, ovde piše da je ekstra brut, da ima 1 gram šećera po litru, ova boca, ovaj šampanjac koji ćemo piti ima 2 grama šećera, da samo napomenem, degoržeran je, čini mi se, u julu 2025. Tako je, 3 meseca, odnosno 3 godine, 36 meseci je bio na kvascima, što nam daje negde, da kažem, na umu da je neka osnovna berba 2021. neka bazna berba za ovaj šampanjac, što ga čini sada idealnim da se proba. Svo grožđe dolazi iz Premier Cru vinograda Vrigny, koje se nalazi na severu Montagne de Remsa i neka malo prodajna cena ovog vina je otprilike 100 eura na polici. Nadam se da će ova muzika u nekom skorijem periodu da se smanji ili ugasi. Kada imate, da li ste svi dobili šampanjac? Jeste? Sjajno. Jeste? Dobar, nije kork, nema čepa, nema čist miris. Kada imate vino, prvo uvek pogledajte boju vina. Vizualna analiza je najmanje važna, ali opet jedan sastavni deo svake analize i kada pogledate vi vidite već na ovom vinu da ono jeste belo, ali ima nekih bakarnih, onako srebrnkastih odsjeja da vam čak deluje recimo u nekom manje osvetljenoj prostoriji da bi mogao biti neki roze, iako je naravno vino i dalje belo. Tako da taj bakarni odsjej je nešto što treba da napomenete i nešto što može da vam da do znanja možda da se radi o crnoj sorti. Vidite mehuriće u čaši, sada kod penušavaca i kod ovih čaša koje su sada čiste, neoprane, odnosno oprane, ali čiste, neovinjene, nekome mehurići mogu biti manji, nekome veći, neko ih ima više, neko ih ima manji, nemojte puno vrteti vašu čašu kada pijete penušava vina i vidite ovde recimo kod mene imam vrlo mali broj mehurića, ali su oni jako sitni i formiraju divan perlaž. Kada se priča o penušavcima, mehurićima u čaši, oni treba da budu što je sitnije mogući. Naravno, nemate sedimenta nikakvog u čaši, vino, odnosno sok koji imate je sasvim bistar i malo ovih mehurića daje dodatnu dozu iskričavosti i jedva čekate da pomirišete i probate ovo vino. Idemo na miris. Miris je manje važan od ukusa, ali jako važan jer je jako bitno kada pomirišete vino da imate želju da ga probate. Ako kada pomirišete vino, nemate želju da ga probate, to sigurno ne može biti dobro vino. Tako da miris nam je čist, nije preterano aromatičan, arome nisu preterano izražene, imamo dosta nekih onako aroma crvenog voća, ako možete da primetite, uz naravno malo nota i aroma nekih zrelih krušaka, zrelih jabuka, dosta voćnih tonova i dosta jedan onako spoj mineralnosti, jer ovaj Pinot Meunier dolazi iz vinograda starih, čini mi se, oko 50 godina, samo da vratim, da proverim da nisam slučajno pogrešio, ali 40 godina je prosječna starost vinograda i dolazi sa krečnjačkog tla koji dalje prenosi dakle svoj uticaj i mineralnosti u krajnje vino. Osjeti se autoliza kvasaca, ali ne previše i imate jedan blagi možda onako moment neke onako mikrooksidacije koja čini dodatni karakter daje ovom vinu da želite da ga probate. Vino je naravno odležavalo posle presovanja u drvenim burićima i svi mali, evo recimo to je na primjer stvar koju bih želeo da podelim sa vama koju nisam znao, bio sam pre mesec dana u Šampanji, bio sam u ovoj kući, svi mali proizvođači šampanjca, kad kaže mali, to su oni koji rade samo iz svojih vinograda, koji rade otprilike od 60 do 200.000, 300.000 boca godišnje, svi, ali svi bukvalno posle presovanja rade i fermentaciju i samo odležavanje u burićima, tako da ono kad mi učimo o šampanjcima kao radi krug u burićima, radi kao Bollinger i kao to je to, ovi drugi rade u inoksu, rade da možda velike kuće, mali proizvođači, svi rade u baricima, neko radi u 225, neko radi u 250, neko radi u 300 litara, 500 litara, ali svi odležavaju otprilike do jula sledeće godine odležavaju u burićima. Posle toga rade i hladnu stabilizaciju u burićima, posle toga ide u boce, dodaju malu količinu šećera da bi se desila druga fermentacija, to je obično 24 grama, da bi se dobilo oko 6 bari pritiska u krajnjoj boci i ide na dalje odležavanje. Minimum za šampanju, za male proizvođače, minimum koji oni zapravo odležavaju je 2 godine, to je druge fermentacije, ali realno evo sad ovdje imate 3 godine i na primjer ova kuća Egliore ima preko 50.000, uvek 50, 100, 200, dakle udete u njihov podrum, oni imaju toliko boca na odležavanju da smo mi računali da imaju nekih 70-80 miliona eura u vrednosti boca u samom odležavanju, pošto retko šta puštaju pre 4-5 godina da izađe na tržište. Tako da jako jedna impozantna priča, zahtevna priča, jer mora to da se čeka da bi se na kraju dana prodalo i naplatilo, ali ko dočeka dobije ovakav jedan proizvod koji je stvarno izuzetan, a da probamo sada da vidimo koliko je izuzetan ukus, jer ukus je najvažniji. Ja ću da pljucnem ovo jer vodim degustaciju, ali ne bih baš savjetovao pljuckanje ovih vina. Vidite sjajnu kiselinu, pre svega vidite arome crvenog voća koje vam daju do znanja da je u pitanju Blanc de Noir, vidite sjajnu mineralnost, vidite jedan apetit koji vam se otvara i vidite da ovo vino je jedno dosta karakterno vino, iako je šampanjac, ne biste ga onako pili, da kažem, bez hrane. Ovo vino je sjajno za oprivanje sa hranom, imali smo sinoć jednu večeru, smo radili sa 5 sledova i 5 šampanjaca, nije bilo konkretno ovo vino, bilo jedno drugo vino iz Egliorea, ali spektakularno jedno vino, završnica preko 20 sekundi i traži vam još jedan gutlje, ali posle 3. 4. gutlja tražilo bi vam i nešto da pojedete. Hvala ekipi što je hladila vina kako treba. I preći ćemo dalje, nećemo još čipati sledeće vino, preći ćemo dalje samo na priču. Čuli ste kada smo pričali malo o aromama na ukusu, o kiselini, šećer apsolutno ne osjetite, vino je suvo, o završnici, o strukturi vina, vino je dosta citrusno na ukusu, što nije imalo možda na mirisu, ali sjajna mineralnost koja odlikuje ovaj šampanjac je nešto što ga čini upravo da vredi koliko vredi, da košta koliko košta, inače Egliore kuću jako je teško kupiti uopšte bocu. Na većini sajtova po Evropi gde ima da se kupi, piše, na primjer, možete da kupite jednu bocu, ne možete kupite sada 30 boca, jako su male lokacije, jako je teško doći do njih. Kad probate, vidite zašto. Ovo je jedno od njihovih, neću reći manje kvalitetnih vina, ali jedno od njihovih osnovnih vina. Imaju i mnogo boljih stvari od ovoga. Tako da, eto, mala proba šampanjca i mala reklama za Egliore, koja im ne treba suštinski, jer jako prodaju sve što imaju. Ali kada probate ovako jedno vino, samo da završimo ovu priču o degustaciji, potrebno je da kažete u samom zaključku, ne znate šta imate u čaši, da kažete u zaključku da li je u pitanju stari svet, novi svet. U ovom vinu, zbog ove mineralnosti jako teško dobiti u novom svetu i zbog ove mineralnosti i voćne karaktera koji nije previše izražen u ovom vinu, ja bih išao dakle na stari svet, teško je napraviti ovakav tip penušavca bilo gde van šampanje, tako da definitivno šampanja i definitivno Blanc de Noir. Reći sada recimo da je ovo Pinot Meunier, a ne Pinot Noir, po meni gotovo nemoguće, to su srodne sorte, ali sad mislim znamo da je Pinot Meunier. I što se tiče zemlje i sve klime, naravno znamo da je u Šampanji dosta hladno, i što se tiče berbe, teško je reći berbu, ali ovo je jedan mlad šampanjac, ja mislim da je baza za ovo vino 21. koja je bila odlična berba u Šampanji. To bi bio jedan ukratak, onako kratak opis vina, radit ćemo opise belog i crvenog vina koje ćemo probati malo kasnije i preći ćemo dalje na sledeće slajdove kako bismo stigli da završimo ovo u željenom roku. Izvinite, ja malo brže pričam da bi rekao 100.000 informacija lopatom ovako da bi izbacili i da bismo sve došli do toga. Ovde imamo sledeće vino, ali ja bih napravio samo ovako, prešao bih na sledeći slajd pa ćemo se vratiti na Piklera i popričao bih malo o takmičenjima. Takmičenja u mom životu jako važna stvar. Volim da se takmičim, od uvek me to interesovalo. Kada sam završio obuku od 2014. to je bilo negde krajem oktobra meseca, nedelju dana posle obuke bilo je takmičenje za najboljeg someljera Srbije. Nije mi padalo na pamet da se prijavim, jer tek sam završio obuku i realno ne znam ništa, ali sam otišao da gledam finale koje je bilo otvoreno za javnost i gledao sam finale u kome su se tada takmičili Srđan Janić, Vlada Stojanov i Miloš Šeša iz Novog Sada. Divno finale, Srđan Janić je odneo pobedu i bilo mi je kao da gledam onako nešto što nikada u životu neću dostići, ali jako impozantno je bilo u tom trenutku biti deo toga i gledati kako se to dešava. Već sledeće godine, 2015. imali smo malo prvenstvo za upoznavanju penušovih vina. Ja sam se prijavio da vidim onako, ajde, bez nekih velikih ambicija i završio sam drugi za mog kolege i prijatelja Ivana Nikolića. Već tu sam vidio onako da mi takmičenje ide na neki način i da bih mogao biti dobar u tome. Sledeće godine sam na tom istom prvenstvu za penušova vina pobedio. 2017. nacionalno prvenstvo, prvo posle onog koje sam gledao kao posmatrač 2014. i prvo nacionalno prvenstvo na kome sam pobedio. Isto je bio kolega i prijatelj Ivan Nikolić sa mnom u finalu i završio kao drugoplasirani. To je bilo, radili smo u istom hotelu u Square 9 u to vreme i bila jako zanimljivo. Učili smo zajedno, spremali smo se zajedno, jako zanimljiva borba. A možda od svih ovih, da kažem, strane fusnota onako i godina koje sam zabeležio kao momenti gde sam se takmičio, možda meni srcu najdraže ova 2017. gde sam kao volonter radio na Evropskom prvenstvu za someljere u Beču i proveo tamo 7 nezaboravnih dana, radeći po ceo dan, sipajući vina kao sada ekipa ovde koja vam toči vina za masterclassove, hladi vina, juri od štanda do štanda i tako dalje, na malo drugačiji način, ali radio maltene taj isti posao i tih 7 dana i po posle cijelog dana odlazi uveče u sommelier bar koji je bio u sklopu hotela da probam što više Griner Veltlinera, da probam što više Rieslinga, da jednostavno se dan nikada ne završi. Sutra opet u 7 ujutro, 6 ujutro isto tako. Austrijanci su bili dosta striktni, maltretirali su nas do zla Boga, ali je bilo divno iskustvo i nisam imao pritisak takmičenja, nisam bio takmičar, mogao sam da se na neki način malo i opustim da saznam neke druge stvari i to je prvenstvo na kome sam mnogo naučio i jedno divno finale koje je bilo održano tada na kome je pobedio Raymond Thompsons iz Letonije koji je kasnije 2023. postao najbolji sommelier sveta u Parizu na takmičenju na kome sam se takmičio kao takmičar. 2018. prvo takmičenje za najboljeg sommeliera Balkana i tu sam odneo pobedu i 2019. u Antwerpenu na svetskom prvenstvu, prvom svom velikom takmičenju posle balkanskom, sam ušao u polufinale i završio kao 19. sommelier na svetu, što u tom momentu sam imao 28 godina, za mene bio jedan sjajan uspeh i jako me motivisalo da idem dalje. Nažalost, sada evo kad sagledam sada ovu situaciju, to je tada bio moj takmičarski vrhunac. I iz razloga što sam imao vremena dosta za teorijsko učenje, imao sam dosta vremena za spremanje, za putovanja, za obilaske vinarija i za sve stvari koje su potrebne za takmičenje, ali hoću da kažem da je sama takmičenje me oblikovala mnogo i terala me da radim dalje, da probam dalje, da učim dalje, kako bih napravio što bolji rezultat. Mnogi naši sommelieri završe obuku i misle da je to, kao to je to, mi smo sommelieri, realno znaju više od 90% svojih gostiju koji im dolaze u restorane, pomire se sa tim znanjem i nikada ne nastave da napreduju, što je pogrešno. Verujte mi, evo, ja sam pre 2 nedelje sam išao na polaganje advanced nivoa na Court of Master Sommeliers, nisam položio niti teoriju, niti tasting o kome vam danas pričam, ali to me neće zaustaviti jer ja idem i dalje i polažem to, mislim, zbog sebe, da bih sebe terao dalje da učim. Jer ako stanete sa učenjem u vinskom svetu, ako stanete sa učenjem, vi u stvari idete dole, vi ne stojite. Takmičio sam se kao takmičar Srbije u Parizu na svetskom prvenstvu, gde sam bio negde na polovini što se tiče takmičara i završio sam svoju takmičarsku karijeru u Beogradu na evropskom prvenstvu, gde sam opet bio u polovini, bio sam 20. u Evropi, ali video sam da je vreme da dođu neke mlađe snage i čekamo sada našeg predstavnika koji će nas predstavljati sljedeće godine u Portugaliji na svetskom prvenstvu. Još uvek nije odlučeno ko će ići, sigurno neću ja, ali ići će neki sjajan sommelier i jako mi je drago zbog toga, daćemo svu moguću podršku da se spremi, ali bit ove cele priče o takmičenjima, možda sipaš vino, bit ove cele priče o takmičenjima je da poruka ovde ljudima koje to iole zanima, koji se bave ovim poslom, prijavljujte se na sve moguće, pogotovo ako je besplatno, ne plaćate ništa, prijavite se, učestvujte, nemojte uraditi ništa, budite poslednji, probajte, popričajte s nekim ko je pobedio, pitajte ga koliko on uči, kada uči, šta sprema, šta je probao, gde putuje, saznajte nešto novo, jer je to jedini način da budete bolji, ne postoji drugi način nego da radite na sebi. Jako je teško ovde, mi imamo sada jedan moment u našem samom udruženju da prethodnih nekoliko godina jako nam je teško da nađemo takmičare za nacionalno prvenstvo. Jako nam niko neće da se prijavi. Jer sad imate neke sommeliere koji su na neki način ostvareni i sramota ih je da se prijave da ne pobede. Imate neke mlade koji su u fazonu pa šta je ovde da tražim, neću sigurno pobediti. Ali najmanje važno, verujte mi iz ove perspektive, najmanje važno je da li ste pobediti ili ne. Toliko znanja možete pokupiti na bilo kom takmičenju, radeći kao volonter ili kao takmičar ili bilo šta drugo, biti ovde na sajmu. Sve to je nužno kako biste postali bolji u svom poslu i kako bi danas sutra mogli da budete zadovoljni sami sa sobom ako se bavite ovom samom profesijom. Polako od nama ulazi u čašu jedan Griner Veltliner, samo ako mogu da bacim pogled na sat, da vidim kako nam je satnica, dobro, u redu smo, ide sve kako treba, idemo nekim željenim tokom, probamo jedan Griner Veltliner. Verovatno se pitate zašto baš to vino, ali sad kad ste čuli da sam bio jako srećan na evropskom prvenstvu u Beču kad sam radio kao volonter, to ne treba da vas čudi jer smo tada pili samo belo. samo Griner, samo Riesling i bili smo jednostavno, vodili smo se mišljenjem šta će neko da pije Zweigelt ili Blaufränkisch ovde u Beču pored ovakvih divnih belih vina. I dalje tako mislimo i zato je ovaj Griner vinarije Rudi Pikler, doduše mlad iz 2024. ali dolazi nam iz vinograda Hochrein. Vinograd Hochrein je onako jedan jako lep vinograd koji možete da vidite ovde na slajdu i gleda naravno kao i većina vinograda Wachau gleda na reku Dunav od koje dobija ono duplo sunce o kojem ste možda nešto čitali, nešto učili. Kasno sazreva Griner Veltliner, jugoistočna ekspozicija, tako da ima dosta sunca, 50 godina stari vinograd i što je jako važno, tako da je koren mogao da pusti dosta onako u zemlju, da pokupi sve te mineralne tonove. Ovde je dosta lesnog zemljišta sa malo kvarca, ali lesno zemljište koje je nastalo nanosima vetra, ima malo lesno peskovito, da kažem glinasto, ta je struktura zemljišta i 14.000 hektara u Austriji. Ovi podaci su zbog neke kasnije priče. 14.000 hektara Gruner Veltlinera se nalazi zasađeno u Austriji, a 2.000 hektara Rajnskog Rieslinga samo, odnosno oko 4%, a 2.500 hektara Welsh Rieslinga ili ti grašca. Eto, čisto kao neke male informacije da imate na umu, a reći ću kasnije zašto sam te informacije izneo. I cena ovog vina otprilike oko 6.500 dinara na polici, što složit ćemo se uopšte nije mala cena za jedno belo vino, za jedno vino koje nije odležavalo u drvetu i za jedno vino koje dolazi iz prošle berbe. Znači, vinar nije ništa čekao. Obrao je grožđe, kasna malo berba bila smaragde nivo zrelosti, odradio je fermentaciju, vino se malo istaložilo, flaširao je, sačekao par meseci i pustio ga u dalju prodaju, u eksport, u prodaju u zemlji. Vino je danas već na našim policama, stiglo je pre jedno mesec dana u Srbiju i već se prodaje. Nadam se, ne znam kako vam deluje ovo vino u čaši, ovako posle ovog šampanjca, teško je da neko vino ostavi onako dobar, sjajan utisak, ali meni se ovaj Griner dosta sviđa i važno je spomenuti da su Austrijanci ludi za Grinerom, oni jednostavno imaju toliko Grinera u svim regijama, ne samo u većini regija, u onoj Niederösterreich koje se nalazi Wagram, Kamtal, Wachau, naravno, Wien regija, Weinviertel, u svim dosta regija rade sa Grinerom i kao što sam već rekao, ima ga preko 14.000 hektara, daj Bože da mi kao zemlja imamo 14.000 hektara pravih vinograda. Tako da dosta velika količina Grinera u zasadima. Meni na mirisu onako dosta još malo zatvoren, ali opet mineralan, slan, onaj mokri kamen koji može da se oseti. Malo grejpa imate, onako malo kruške, malo limuna možda, malo citrusa. Možete osetiti recimo u ovom Grineru malo onako nekog, ja bih rekao kao voska, malo voska i to je jedna onako malo reduktivna nota, ali ovo će proći. Na ukusu je dosta žutog voća, dunja, krušaka i jako jedna medna onako struktura. Jedna lepa kiselina koja nije previše izražena, solidna mineralnost, jedna onako blago fenolna završnica, gorka malo, ali prijatna gorčina, herbalna koja traje onako 10 sekundi. Jedno kvalitetno dobro vino, da li vredi ovaj novac? Mnogim ljudima vredi, oni to lako prodaju, nije nikakav problem i sve što dođe do tog smaragd nivoa zrelosti, što je neki preko 12,5% alkohola, vrlo lako se proda, pogotovo ako dolazi iz Wachaua. Vinograd Hochrein inače nalazi se u centralnim vinogradima Wachaua u selu koje se zove Wusendorf i opet kažem, evo vidite ovde jednu predivnu sliku koje ovo nije vinograd od Piklerov, ovo je vinograd koji koristi domen Wachau i njihova je slika, ali vinograd je koji u pitanju Hochrein, u pitanju isti vinograd. Rudi Pikler je jedna mala vinarija, oni rade samo nekoliko pozicija za Gruner, nekoliko pozicija za Riesling i suštinski to je to. Poznati su i na našem tržištu, verovatno možda i najzastupljeniji kada je u pitanju Wachau kao regija. Idemo na jednu kratku priču o vinskoj karti i o sastavljanju vinske karte. Želeo bih da kažem da je to jedan od ključnih poslova somelijera da napravi vinsku kartu. Jako važno je spomenuti odgovornost somelijera, odnosno težinu posla kojim se bavimo, jer uglavnom je lager vina nešto najvrednije što imate u restoranu. Vrednije i od svih namirnica u kuhinji, vrednije od svih viskija, konjaka i voda, kafe i ostalih pića koje imate u vašem restoranu, tako da teret koji nosi somelijer je uglavnom najveći, jer poslodavac, investitor, vlasnik restorana mora najviše novca da uloži u sam lager vina i u podrum vina kako bi vinska karta bila prava. Vinska karta treba da sadrži, ja sam napisao na prvom mestu autorska, kada sam napisao autorska mislio sam da kažem da treba da napravi neko ko radi u restoranu. Jako je vruće, ostavi to crveno još malo u frižideru, baš je vruće ovde, neka ga još, otvori ga nek diše samo, i neka ga još malo u frižideru. I jako je važno da neko ko radi u restoranu sastavi vinsku kartu. Nažalost, u našoj zemlji većina vinskih karata sastavlja i neko od uvoznika koji radi, snabdeva taj restoran. I to nije nužno loše, ali je loše u smislu širine ponude. Normalno je da će svaki uvoznik staviti svoja vina koja on uvozi na vinsku kartu, jer želi da ih proda, želi da napravi obrt i to je sasvim normalno i ne treba njima zameriti. Kome treba zameriti? Zameriti vlasnicima restorana, jer ako želite da imate ambiciozan, uspešan restoran, ne smete dozvoliti bilo komu, ovo nije kao napad na uvozne, bilo komu uvozniku da vam sastavlja vinsku kartu, jer jako je teško isključiti taj lični interes koji jednostavno normalno da postoji, hvala Bogu da želi da vam proda ono što je čovjek uvezo, mislim, i da veruje da je to najbolje i zato je uvezo. Ali zbog širine, zbog priče, zbog svega, treba da bude neko u restoranu, obično je to somelijer, ako nije somelijer neko drugi ili neki tim ljudi koji će da se bavi izborom vina koji će biti na vinskoj karti. Ne mora danas svaka vinska karta, ovde vidite ovde u gornjem uglu vinsku kartu iz Tour d'Argent'a, jednog od najpoznatijih restorana u Parizu, i ova vinska karta je kao Biblija, imaju vinski podrum koji vredi nekoliko desetina miliona eura. Ne mora svaka vinska karta da bude ovakva, naravno, ali dovoljno je, možete napraviti sjajnu vinsku kartu koja ima 100 etiketa na njoj, 50, 60, nije uopšte bitno da ima 200 plus etiketa. Mi, na primjer, imamo u ovom trenutku u Pinotu 220 etiketa, 130 etiketa nismo prodali pola godine ni jednu bocu. Što znači da je nama realno dosta stotinak etiketa, a ove neke etikete stoje ili zbog prestiža, ili smo kupili ko zna kada, ne znamo šta da radimo sa tim, verovatno ćemo na kraju mi popiti. Ali da kažem, danas živa, aktivna vinska karta, 100 etiketa plus, sasvim dovoljno, ali konstantno da se vrti, da se gledaju berbe, da se probaju vina, izađe nova berba, morate probati tu berbu, radite neko vino na čašu, došla je nova berba, morate probati, jer od berbe može da vino mnogo varira, može da varira trenutak, možda je sad ova 24. Hohrajn, možda je bolje berba od 23. Ali sigurno da bismo danas uživali više da smo popili 23. A vi gledate u restoranu, ako ste stavili na vinsku kartu, vi treba da budete svesni da to treba da bude spremno da se pije danas. A ne da kažete vašem gostu, pa dobro, to je mlado vino, bit će bolje za par godina. On će kaže što vam je na karti, onda kupite ga, stavite ga negde pa mi ga prodajte za par godina. Vi treba da imate na karti spremna vina koja mogu danas da se otvore i da se uživa u njima. Širina, dubina, egzotika, pažnja prema gostima, treba da pazite šta vaši gosti žele, šta vole da piju, gde se vaš restoran nalazi, ko su vaši gosti. Ako vaši gosti žele da neka mlada publika, morate im dati neki prosecco na čašu, morate im dati, iako možda vi to ne želite, vi kažete hoću samo Eglio Re da prodajem, ali imate publiku koja je možda manje platežne sposobnosti, morate im dati neki Moscato d'Asti, morate im dati neku Tamjaniku, morate im dati nešto što oni u tom trenutku vole, a da probate da radite na tome, da ih edukujete i da im date polako da ih uvodite u svet nekih drugih vina koja možda vi volite. Tako da je tu uvek balans, trebate naravno stavljati vina koja vi volite, koje se vama sviđaju, ali ne samo i nužno ta vina. Morate malo koketirati sa gostima, dati im i ono što je poznato, što vas ne radi ni 1,5%, a morate im dati nešto što vas radi 100% i za šta vi živite. I onda se tu onako, neko poruči neku bocu, da kažem, nekog super Toskanca, vi ga imate na karti, otvorite mu, sipate mu 0 emocije, neko poruči nekog malog proizvođača sa jugoistoka Španije, neki stari monastrel koji ćemo imati prilike posle da probamo, vi ste presrećni i to je to, negde u proseku ste na 50% sreće, u proseku ste neka sarma. Ovde idemo dalje, kaže odgovorno upravljanje zalihama i financijama, o tome smo malo pre pričali, dakle, možete da raširite krila koliko imate sredstava, odnosno novca, napravite odnose sa vašim dobavljačima, napravite odnose sa lokalnim vinarima, pričajte njihovu priču, objasnite tog malog proizvođača, jer taj mali proizvođač, vi ovde većinom verovatno radite ovde, taj mali proizvođač, ako ga vi ne budete prodavali, a ko će ga prodavati? Će doći neko sedmi, neko će ga možda u Budimpešti prodavati, teško. Neko će ga uvesti u Bugarsku, neće. Mislim, isto tako je i sa proizvodima suhomesnatnim, sa sirevima, sa svim malim proizvođačima. Tražite male proizvođače, tražite kvalitet, pričajte njihovu priču. I nemojte se ljutiti ako vidite da je 10 restorana u gradu posle vas ubacilo tog proizvođača i da ga prodaju, budite srećni, nemojte reći evo mene svi kopiraju, budite srećni, znači da ste izabrali dobrog proizvođača. I molite Boga da zadrži taj kvalitet, da ne ode onom našom običnom onako krilaticom, ide sada potražnja veća, ajmo kvalitet dole, nego da ostane sve kako treba. Odnos sa uvoznicama, sa malim vinarima, plaćajte fakture, nemojte biti van valute, vodite računa o plaćanjima jer ti ljudi isto treba da prežive, da bi ceo krug bio zadovoljen, svi moraju da imaju svoj interes, jednostavno je tako. Mnogo vina na čašu pokazuje spremnost restorana da zadovolji svog gosta, spremnost restorana da rizikuje, jer ko nema vina na čašu kaže, pa ja sad otvorim bocu vina, sipam tebi 2 čaše, ko će mi to poručiti, to je skupo vino, ja ću onda ovo morati da bacim, to onda nije dobar restoran. Morate biti spremni na to da otvorite nešto, da sipate tom gostu, da napravite jedan ekstra korak i da znate šta ćete uraditi naravno i sa ostatkom te boce. Možda na kraju dana nekoga gosta i da počastite, nekom da prodate, da uđete bar u neku pozitivnu nulu, ali da, ako ste napravili neki viši smisao, to sve ima smisla. Može lagano da sipamo sledeće vino. Da li ima nekih pitanja? Previše brzo, previše sporo, ne razumete me, mumlam previše, moji zaposleni niko me ne razume, ali kad rade posle pola godine onda se uđemo u neki odnos mumlanja, mi sa jedni s drugim i onda se razumemo. Jeste, kažete? Odlično pitanje i hvala Bogu imam odgovor na njega. Dobro je, ovo je dogovoreno, ovo smo dogovorili pre. Pitanje je o šampanjcima, odnosno penuševim vinima, pretpostavljeno tradicionalnom metodom, šampanj metodom rađenim. Jako je važno da znate da dok traje kad se završi druga fermentacija i dok je vino na talogu, njegova evolucija je znatno usporena, gotovo nepostojeća. Znači, ono može da bude na tom talogu 20 godina, vrlo malo će odmaći u odnosu na ono koliko će odmaći kada se degoržira, odnosno kada se skine sa taloga. Svo vreme u boci, naravno, ako pričamo o šampanj metodi. Kada se skine sa taloga, idealno, odnosno kada se odradi degoržment, idealno je u roku popiti ga, na primer, sačekati minimum 3 meseca, a realno 6 meseci, i popiti ga, na primjer, od tih 6 meseci od degoržmenta, pa u narednih, za osnovne šampanjce od narednih 1,5 dana za osnovne, za neke ozbiljne i velike šampanjce od narednih 3, 5, sad za neke velike šampanjce 10, 15, 20, ali uglavnom, znači, 6 meseci do 1 dana je sasvim optimalno posle degoržmenta da može da se uživa u šampanjcu i da treba da se pije. Taj period traje, na primjer, da kažem, osnovni šampanjci 1, 2, evo recimo ovaj šampanjac koji smo mi pili, ja sam siguran da vrhunski užitak naredne 3 godine može da pruži, ali već za 5 izgubit će na svežini. Ako izgubi na svežini, što ga onda pijemo? Izgubit će mekuriće u jednom momentu i sad može biti sjajno vino, ali onda opet nije razlog. Pio sam neke sjajne Moete, recimo iz 98. koji apsolutno nemaju mekuriće, divna vina, uživali smo u njima, ali naši gosti su ih vratili. Uživali smo u njima mi u Beku. Naši gosti su ih vratili, nisu hteli da ih piju, mi smo ih pili jer su bila sjajna vina, ali pili smo ih, nismo ih platili. Da smo ih platili, verovatno bi rekli, ovo nema mekuriće, ja sam teo šampanjac, neću da pijem. Tako da, to je neki optimum, nadam se da sam dogovorio, odnosno pravilno odgovorio na ovo dogovoreno pitanje. Sipajte meni malo tog vina ako je ostalo, bio bih vam više nego zahvalan. Nešto me grlo mi je suvo, malo, molim vas. Idemo na jedno crveno vino koje se nalazi sada u vašoj čaši, dolazi sa jugoistoka Španije, u blizini grada Mursije, iz regije koja se zove Humilja. Sad Marija me ovde gleda, priča španski jezik savršeno, sa 100% sam u strahu da to izgovorim, da izgovorim bilo koju špansku reč. U pitanju je vinarija Casa Castillo i ovde možete vidjeti njihov vinograd. Ovo što sija dole nije loša rezolucija, nego je kamen. Dakle, jedno da kažem, dosta kamenito zemljište. Vino se zove Las Gravas, to je jedan vinograd koji se tako zove, dolazi iz 2020. godine, ima 98 poena po Wine Advocate-u, ili ti što bi rekli kod nas po Parkeru, što nekome možda važno, nekome nije. Stari su vinogradi, nema navodnjavanja i ovo je znači Monastrell sorta 90%, vrlo malo ima garnaće. Svake godine smanjuju sve manje i manje, sada je negdje u novim berbama 7%, ali sasvim dovoljno da možemo da kažemo da je vino sortno, dakle ima preko 85% jedne sorte. Filip je nevoljno otvorio i poslednju bocu koju je mislio da ostavi posle za žurku i podelio malo sa nama. Nema navodnjavanja, 760 metara nadmorske visine u pitanju, što daje, zamišljate da na jugoistoku Španije dosta toplo i da nam treba malo visine da bismo dobili malo svežine koju svi tražimo. Monastrell je sorta koja se u Francuskoj zove Mourvedre, potekla je iz Španije, po svim saznanjima, gde se gajila u Kataloniji, ispod Katalonije. U Kataloniji se zvala Mataro, a malo dole u Valenciji se zvala slično nešto Mourvedru, koja je reč, malo izmenjena reč koju sam iskreno zaboravio, i onda verovatno niko ne zna kako je došlo do toga da se zove Monastrell, ali pretpostavljaju da je to bilo da bi pomirili, da ne bi bilo ni po ovima, ni po babu, ni po stričevima, nego su došli do neke nove reči i ta reč se zove Monastrell. Ova sorta se uglavnom koristi u kupažama i u Španiji i na jugu Rone i na jugu Francuske, ima je u Languedocu dosta u zasadi, ima je dosta u Australiji, ima je dosta i u Kaliforniji, širom sveta se sadi, nije preterano da kažemo popularna, jer daje onako malo divlja vina, nešto slično našem vrancu, ali može da da sjajne rezultate obično kada su vinogradi malo stariji, kada vinogradi budu preko 30 godina, to može da bude sjajno vino i recimo jedno od onih unicorn wines, od onih sjajnih velikih vina je omaž du Jacques Perrin od kuće Bocastel, njihov Chateauneuf de Pape koji se radi gotovo isključivo od Mourvedra iz starih vinograda. Inače se dosta prodaje kao sorta, dosta se prodaje kao rinfuzno vino u rinfuziji i pravi se onako jedna masovka od nje, ali kada dolazi starih vinograda može zaista da pokaže svoj pun potencijal, ima dosta crvenog voća, ima dosta te divljine, ali ovo vino ima jednu divnu eleganciju na ukusu, ima mislim oko 14,5 alkohola i trebalo bi sada da bude na svom nekom vrhuncu za konzumaciju, na vrhuncu da se pije. Ja volim da ga poslužim u Pinot Noir čaši da bi se još malo podstakli jednu određenu eleganciju u njemu. Kako vam deluje ovo vino? Odležavalo je 16 meseci, znači malo više od godinu dana, u 500-litarskim, uglavnom korišćenim francuskim burićima, a sama fermentacija se radila u betonskim tankovima pod zemljom. Osjetite jednu toplinu, toplu klimu. Ali na ukusu, a i na mirisu, jedan sjajni karakter koje ovo vino ima. Ovo divno crveno voće ga diže mu malo svežinu, kiselina koja je ovde negde srednja, koja mu daje, znači, osjećajan polet i definitivno još jedno vino što smo rekli kod onog šampanjca koje nije baš da se pije samo, treba nešto da se jede uz ovo, padaju mi na pamet mnoge stvari, a pričat ćemo o tome na sledećem slajdu kada budemo došli do njega, ali cena neka od 9.500 dinara nije mala daleko od toga, ali za mene jedno od najinteresantnijih španskih crvenih vina koje imamo na našem tržištu, nešto što ja volim da prodajem u svom restoranu, špansko, a da nije tempranillo, i što se jako lepo slaže sa našom hranom, onako možda malo začinjenijom, malo pikantnijom, definitivno odličan partner i odličan partner sa bilo čem sa roštilja. I to je ovako iz prakse nešto da kažem. Imajte ga malo u čaši i gledajte kako se menja. Velika vina se menjaju u čaši i velika vina svaki novi gutlje vam daje nešto novo. Osetite malo ovo kamenitog zemljišta, osetite malo ove određene mineralnosti. Primetili ste da sva tri vina imaju mineralnost, da sva tri vina imaju karakter. I kada tražimo i kada probamo vina, sva ova tri vina odslikavaju svoj teroar, odslikavaju svoje podneblje, pričaju neku priču i sjajna su somelijerska vina koja mogu da se prezentuju gostima i u kojima može nešto više da se ispriča. Kada probamo vina, 90% vina, neki koje probamo, generička vina, nemaju možda neki karakter, imaju arome svoje, ali mogu da dolaze od bilo gde, mogu da dolaze i sa severa i sa juga i ne znamo ništa o njima, a onda kad probamo neka vina sa karakterom kao što su ova danas, to nam daje motivaciju da guramo dalje, daje nam motivaciju da otkrivamo više, da pričamo sa proizvođačima, sa gostima i da ovakva vina prodajemo našim gostima. Naravno da ovakvih vina imaju nižim cenovnim razredima i da ne možemo svaki dan prodavati vina koje koštaju 100, 150, 200 eura, ali jednostavno treba imati na umu da uvek tražimo jedan karakter u vinima. Pričat ćemo o tome isto malo kasnije. Kako stojimo sa vremenom, uvek sam u strahu, dobro 5 sati, imamo još 10 minuta i puštam vas da nastavite današnje uživanje u sajmu. Uparivanje vina i hrane, možda najvažniji posao somelijera, dakle vi radite u nekom restoranu, vaši gosti su pre svega došli da jedu, došli su da zadovolje svoju potrebu, da se zasite. Vaš posao je nešto interesantno da im predložite uz to da popiju, ukoliko oni to žele. A šta je ono na šta treba da mislite? Prvo, mislite lokalno. Ono šta, da kažem, je ovde oko nas, šta imamo i što se tiče hrane, što se tiče vina i najbolje uparivanja se prave tako što gostima date da piju nešto iz jednog regiona i date im da jedu nešto, odnosno namirnice iz jednog regiona. To je uvek radi 100% provereno, iako nekada nema smisla. Komunicirajte sa kuhinjom, pričajte, združite se sa šefom kuhinje, pričajte sa kuhinjom. Kuhinja obično ne zna mnogo o vinu, vi imate mnogo veće znanje o hrani nego što njihovo znanje o vinu. Dajte im smjernice, možda bez ovog sosa, možda drugi sos, možda ova riba da ide u pecnicu, a ne da ide na roštilj, možda ovaj dezert da se izbaci malo ovog šećera, malo manje šećera, možda da se ubaci nešto drugo. Znači, probajte na jedan fin način, pazite, ego u kuhinji je dosta na visokom nivou, morate to da kažete na nekim zaobilaznim putevima, naravno, ili da uživate veliko poštovanje vaših kuvara, tako da pazite kako razgovarate sa kuhinjom, ali probajte da ih navedete, jer vino ne možete da promenite, mislim, možete da uzmete drugo vino, ali recimo imate vino, na primjer, konkretno ovo vino koje je danas ispred nas i vaš kuvar hoće da da neki sos, recimo bourbon sos hoće da da uz neko meso, vi kažete, nemoj, molim te, crveno vino je, kompleksno je, nemoj to, daj mi neki sos, možda neki demiglas, daj mi možda neku sos, neku višnjicu, nešto malo da odigramo u tom pravcu. Pričajte sa kuhinjom, komunicirajte, jer bez komunikacije nema nikakvog uspeha. Gosti i prilika, sagledajte ko su vaši gosti, da li su gosti koji su došli iz inostranstva. Evo, ja sam ovde naveo 2 primjera. Imali smo pre nekoliko dana u mom restoranu goste, sudije koje su ocenjivale za Wine Vision, većinom mahom stranci. Vina koja smo im poslužili sam napisao ovde, Penušavac, Dina od Grašca vinarije Vinum, Vionje naše vinarije Legat, morali smo predstaviti jedno naše vino normalno, Bagrina, Nova Berba vinarije Matalj, Prokopac Zmajevac, išao s glavno jelo i slatka Tamjanika Slobodanka od Lakićevića za dezert i to je jedino logično, znači sve autohtone sorte, da kažem, ajde plus Vionje koje smo poslužili to veče našim gostima. S druge strane, dan pre toga imali smo rođendan jednom od najbogatijih ljudi iz našeg grada i naših gostiju koji je imao rođendan, želeo da napravi neko uparivanje. Naravno da smo mu dali dina vinom legatvio nje bagrina matalj, lupio bi nam šamar, rekao bi, znaš ti ko sam ja. Onda smo odigrali jedno drugo uparivanje, pa smo krenuli sa Blande Blana Grapar mineralom, pa smo otišli na Rudi Piklerov, ali Riesling iz Zachlajtena, malo stariji, 2021. berbu, pa smo otišli na jedan divni Chardonnay od Roger Belana, Chassagne Rocher, Premier Cru, pa smo otišli na Chateau Pavis iz 2015. i završili Chateau Ikemom slatkim vinom i naravno da je to bilo sjajna večera, jedna glamurozna, izuzetna večera u kome su gosti uživali. Da smo ta vina dali sudijama koji su došli pre neki dan, oni bi vjerojatno mislili da se drogiramo i da nismo normalni. A opet da smo ova vina dali ovom čoveku dan pre, on bi isto to mislio. Tako da, ko su gosti, šta je prilika, da li je neka godišnjica, rođendan, da li su završili neki ozbiljan posao, prepoznajte, trudite se uvek da budete skromni, da ponudite više opcija i ako vam gost da poverenje, nemojte da ga zloupotrebite. I puzlo u slagalici, jako važna stvar, razmišljajte o samom uparivanju, razmišljajte koji je sled hrane. Znači, ako je gušća džigerica, drugi sled, recimo, i vi znate i vi kažete, gušća džigerica, Sautern, slatko vino, Tokaj, to je to. Da, ali posle toga imate još 5 sledova. I ako sad date Tokaj koji ima 180 grama šećera po litru i posle toga treba da igrate sa 4 suva vina, verovatno će taj utisak tih suvih vina biti malo lošiji nego da odete, na primjer, sa nekim vintage šampanjcem ili da odete sa nekim starijim belim burgundijom ili da odete možda s nekom belom ronom. Na primjer, ima mnogo opcija, tako da razmišljajte o onome šta dolazi dalje i o tome, dakle, gde se nalazi taj sled. Za kraj, probajte i budite otvoreni. Nikada ne znate na kakvo ćete uparivanje naći da radi. Mi smo probali smo razne menije, dok sam radio u Square Nine-u, imali smo non-stop degustacioni meni. Kada je bio meni, uparivali smo vina, tako što smo ih probali, što bi svako trebao da radi, naravno. I onda smo na jednom meniju smo imali jedno prvo glavno jelo je bilo riblje jelo, bio je bakalar poširani sa nekim sosom od kulena, čini mi se na belom pasulju, ako se dobro sećam, to je bilo pre 7-8 godina, i uparivanje je bilo sa Amanet vrancom vinarije Aleksić, nikad ne biste rekli, i jednostavno je bilo najbolje uparivanje koje smo napravili i sjajno se slagalo, ne znam ni sada zašto, ali davali smo ga gostima, nismo samo mi tako mislili, davali smo ga gostima, gosti su rekli da je sjajno uparivanje, stvarno je bilo idealno uparivanje. Tako da probajte, budite otvoreni i razmišljajte. Ostao sam vam dužan samo da kažem hvala na pažnji i 1 minut, jako važan, da kažem zašto smo odabrali ova 3 vina koja smo probali. Primetili ste da su 3 sorte koje smo imali: Pinot Meunier, Grüner Veltliner i Mourvedre, odnosno Monastrell. 3 sorte koje su svetski poznate, ali ne verujem da mislite da su to 3 najbolje sorte na svetu. Ali probali smo 3 sjajna vina, svi se slažemo sa tim. Probali smo 3 skupa vina, svi se slažemo sa tim. I ta vina se prodaju, znači niko od ovih proizvođača nema problem da ih proda. Iako ove sorte nisu nimalo izazovne i da se prodaju same od sebe kao sorte. Zato što je neko mnogo radio na njima, neko je se borio za njih i neko je verovao od njih. Sjetite se onih 14.000 hektara Grinera u Austriji naspram 2.000 hektara Rieslinga. Svi u Austriji misle da je Riesling bolja sorta od Grinera. A što onda nema 14.000 hektara Rieslinga? Zato što je njihov Griner, to je njihova sorta. Naša zemlja, ja mislim da treba da ide u pravcu autohtonih sorti, da treba da ide u pravcu grašca, da treba da ide u pravcu prokupca, da treba da ide u pravcu bagrine, da treba da ide u pravcu kadarke, seduše, da ih ne nabrajam sada, znate koje su naše autohtone sorte, pa i ove novostvorene, kao što je Morava, recimo, Neoplanta Sila i ostale Probus i tako dalje, da ne nabrajamo. To je jedini pravi put za nas i jedini pravac koji iole ima smisla. Jer ako pogledate, bio sam, opet kažem, u Austriji na predavanju pre 2 nedelje kada sam pao na ispitu, sam vam pričao, i oni pričaju sada kako u Kini ima mnogo Welsh Rieslinga. Kako Kina ima mnogo zasadu, i to je jako važna sorta u Austriji, ima 2.500 hektara. I ima je malo u Hrvatskoj, malo u Mađarskoj. Kao Olaš Riesling se zove Mađarskoj i to je to. Niko ne spominje Srbiju. Mi imamo 2.000 hektara grašca i sigurno imamo možda zajedno sa Hrvatskom najkvalitetnija vina proizvedena od grašca, graševine, Welsh Riesling i tako dalje. Pitate Austrijance, odete na njihov sajt, austrijska vina, oficijalni sajt, oni kažu za Welsh Riesling, potekao je sa severa Italije gde se zove Riesling Italico. A zašto ga sada nema tamo? Gde ima Riesling Italica na severu Italije? Nema ga uopšte. Imate 1816. godine Prokopije Bolić pisao o grašcu. A šta, kad je došao sa severa Italije? U Austriju. Mislim, priče koje su smešne i generalno mi ne postojimo na vinskoj mapi i to svi znamo. Ali ako ne budemo radili sa našim sortama, nikad nećemo postojati. Definitivno, Chardonnay, Cabernet, Merlot, Pinot Noir, sve su to sjajne sorte, ali su to internacionalne sorte. Mi ako hoćemo nešto da napravimo, treba da radimo s našim sortama i moj apel ovde, vi niste, većina vas niste vinari, proizvođači vina, vi ste ljudi koji rade u vinskom biznisu kao sommelieri, da li kao sommelieri ili trgovci. Ako mi ne budemo gurali tu priču grašca, evo konkretno grašac bih spojio sa ovim Murvedrom, pričao sam o Monastrelu. Mnogo se prodaje kao rinfuzno vino i teško da kvalitetan rezultat ako vinograd nije malo stariji. Gotovo identično sa grašcem. Većina se proda kao rinfuzno vino i najbolji grašci moraju da budu preko 20-30 godina stari, odnosno stari vinogradi, da bi se dobio određeni nivo kvaliteta i koncentracije. Ali mi moramo da ih teramo, te vinare, da naprave koncentrovanije vino, da naprave bolje vino, da prodajemo njihova vina, da kad naprave dobro vino da ga prodamo, da on vidi da to ima ekonomski smisao. I to je, da ja mislim, jedini put kako mi možemo da napredujemo i kako možemo za 10 godina od sada da napravimo jedan novi iskorak kakav smo napravili u proteklih 10. Jer pre 10 godina da sam nekom otvorio ova vina na radionici, verovatno bi bili ljudi šta je ovo, nikad nisu čuli u životu. Vi ste danas za neko od ovih vina čuli, niste probali ste, ali definitivno ste upoznati i drago vam je da ste bili deo ovoga i da ste ih probali. Pre 10 godina gotovo ništa od toga nije bilo, sa samo 10 godina. Sad sledeći korak je da odemo u ovom pravcu, da prepoznamo naše kvalitetno, a i da pustimo naravno da bude i prisutno i ono sa strane, jer to sa strane nas tera nas da budemo bolji. Jer ovakva vina treba da imamo na našem tržištu, da bi naš vina rekao, čekaj, kako je napravio to? Aha, ne koristi selekcionisane kvasce, koristi kvasce iz svog vinograda. Aha, ne koristi nove barike. Aha, to mu je samo iz jednog vinograda. Aha, ima lozu staru 40 godina. Možda tu ima nešto. Možda i ne. Hvala vam puno na pažnji i nadam se da je bilo bar malo motivacije onako za sve. Izvolite. Tu smo.
Ovako, ja sam winemaker i ja imam kompleksna vina. Znači, grašac godinu dana maceracije, sauvignon preko 4 godine maceracije. Imam, recimo, muškat Hamburg, suvo vino kao Pinot Noir, ali sa muškatnim notama. Ali to su, ta kompleksna vina traže i kompleksnu hranu, traže ambiciozniju kuhinju, koja opet u Srbiji treba da se razvije.
To je opet u Srbiji? Nisam čula, samo dalje.
U Srbiji treba da se razvije i mislim ambicioznije.
Tako je, definitivno treba da se razvije svest o tim vinima i treba da se razvije o tome da... Pa normalno, mora da se jede. Evo, sva ova vina nisu da se piju bez hrane. I svako ozbiljno vino uglavnom traži hranu. Retka su ozbiljna vina, a da su daj 2 boce da popijemo i ništa ne rade. Znači, vino i hrana jednostavno idu zajedno. I svakako da kada imate jedno kvalitetnije vino, ozbiljnije maceracije i sve što možete da uradite u vašem podrumu, to mu daje na dodatnoj punoći koje na kraju dana onda traži malo nešto i da se pojede. Normalno. Vi ste Ana, je li tako? Da. Mora probamo vaše vine. To se... Hvala ljudi, ili imaš neki pitanja? Neko, nešto? Šta probati dole? Neki savjet? To. Hvala, ostavljam vas u miru da uživate u ostatku sajma.